to close the electricity gap in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. As you say, we have crowded in the private sector. We've since deregulation of the sector, we've had 150 mini grid set up. We have 1 million standalone solar connections in recent times, and that figure is still growing. But let me take us back to what my brother from Zambia said. He essentially focused on the profitability of this, of energy, of providing energy. And that really is the key. In order to get the funding that is required, you need the private sector, of course, in addition to the multilateral development banks and philanthropists. You need more than anybody else, the private sector. And what they are looking for is profit. And this sector is profitable, can be profitable. The basic macroeconomic policies have to be in place. The regulatory policies have to be in place. Or look at what happened in the mobile telephony sector. There was a time people would say that telephones are for the wealthy, preserve of the rich. And now everybody has one. Similarly, a similar type of revolution can take place and needs to take place in the energy sector. In Nigeria, our own ambition is 2030, universal energy access, clean cooking, and the technologies of the day have to be employed in order to maximize this opportunity. And of course, however profitable it can be in Zambia, Nigeria, which is how many times the size and has the economies of scale, it is much more profitable in Nigeria. And that's the key message that we are putting out at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for that sense of competition. So I have to go to the Zambia minister. The Nigerian minister said things are more profitable, but you've had strong reforms, you're enhancing competition, you are also attracting private investment, and you've also talked about the strength of your energy compact. So it'd be great to hear from you as well. What else is government doing, both on the off-grid but also the utility scale?
Thank you very much indeed. Just to give you a flavor of some of the reforms that have been done. Number one, the most important issue is the cost reflective tariff. That has been done after many years of hesitation. Number two, the issue of licensing. Now, if you put up your license and your paperwork is okay, instead of months, I think even years, of processing that license, this time now, within 48 hours, your license will be out. 48 hours, your license will be out. The environmental assessment that used to take years, 6, 7, 8 years, now in 2 months. In 2 months, the environmental assessment must be cleared. 3, the issue of private sector involvement. Previously, it was necessary that if you're a private generator of electricity, you must sell through the state company. That is no longer a requirement. You produce electricity, you are free to sell the electricity to anyone that you want to sell it to. And of course, the transmission lines are open for that. 4, if you have a solar installation, now we have reverse invoicing, which means that if I'm producing excessive solar power, I can automatically sell it to the national grid and vice versa. All this is also an incentive for investing into energy. 5, tax incentives, import free of all equipment. and other generous items that I'll speak about this afternoon, that is in place. So as you can see, we have done so much in terms of, and perhaps, of course, lastly, let me say the issue of regional integration. Zambia is already a member of the Southern African Power Pool. Next year, we are connecting with the East African Power Pool, and thank you to the World Bank for that, which means that the market for electricity in Zambia is not a market for just the Zambians. Just to tell my brother here from Nigeria, the market for electricity in Zambia is not just for Zambia. The market for electricity in Zambia includes the Power Pool members, which is South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Botswana, and now we are going to include Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. My brother, I think our population is bigger than yours.
I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you. And the last word, obviously, to the South Africa. As you have your G20 presidency, it would be great to understand how the nexus between the G20 presidency and the bigger energy access challenge for the whole of Africa is being discussed at these meetings.
Well, as you know, South Africa is the only sovereign country on the continent that is a full member of the G20. And as a result of our presidency, Africa has got an opportunity to host the G20. So that's a significant milestone. As a country and cabinet has taken this decision that this is it's not South Africa's G20 presidency, but it's Africa's G20 presidency. So that's the first message we want to convey. And then the organizing theme of our G20 presidency is that of solidarity. So a number of colleagues here, even the previous panel, have spoken about social compacting. It's another manifestation of solidarity. The second one is around equality. So our view is that we must be able to surface and elevate, if you like, the nuances on the continent in relation to unsaved electricity. 83% of the global unsaved electricity is on the continent. And the third one is sustainability. And sustainability not in narrow terms of ecological and environmental perspective, but our ability to be able to exploit our endowment for our own industrialization, broaden the flow of industrial capacity, be able to ensure that there's upward economic and social mobility of communities, and be able to ensure that there's technology transfer. So that is the organizing theme. And on the electricity front, 3 priorities. The first one is to achieve energy security that is affordable and also accessible. So talking to the dimensions of penetration that manifest on the continent. And then the second one is to achieve a just and affordable transition. So our view is that we must be able to articulate as sovereign nations and also as a collective of countries on the continent, of course, guided by the Africa we want, Agenda 63. What is this articulation of the Africa that we want in relation to nuanced manifestations? And then the last one is that of regional interconnectivity with a focus on the continent and also on the energy pools that we are finding here. And therefore, the contestation about which geography is going to produce the electricity is nullified if you have a single integrated market. So essentially, we see ourselves as a connection of countries that are connected by these regional pools. We are able to achieve interconnectivity, and Africa is able to rise again. And we are going to use the G20 to be able to make the case for the continent. I've already canvassed the views of my peers on the continent. There's significant convergence. Africa's time is now, and that time is unstoppable. Africa is on the march.
Thank you very much. I think everything is more than clear now. You've heard from the ministers themselves. You've heard about the policies they're putting together. You've heard about the implementation roadmaps. You've heard about the key parts of government they're using to drive this mission. I encourage everybody, if you're not part of the Energy Compact process, to try and listen and give feedback to governments as well. There's a partner session after this. And I also want to really, really thank the government of Tanzania, because they also brought a very, very insightful and valuable energy compact, and that is why we're all here today. So all to say, government is ready. There will be ministers here for the whole 2 days. Please, private sector, collaborate, speak to them, and thank you again for the World Bank and AFDB for putting the whole Mission 300 together. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may kindly request a really big warm round of applause for Damilola for doing an excellent job moderating that ministerial panel. I have a very small job at this moment, and that is to let you know what is coming up in our program. We are going to take a coffee break at this moment, and I'm requesting that we are all back in the room at 11:45. That is at 11:45. While our panelists take their picture, allow me just one more minute of your kind attention. Thank you very much as we're taking that picture. 11:45, we're back in the room. Let's please be on time. The Deputy Managing Director of the IMF will be standing by ready to address us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
First of all, I think every African should be doing what I do, like everybody, because of who we are, right? We're African, we should love Africa. You know, when I went to South Korea, I realized that Africa is being perceived and viewed very different. I realized that, well, the media, what I see on TV, what people talk about Africa, even my friends, they don't really know about it. It's very negative. It's very negative. That was 2013, and I was like, I must change this. So I started actually there in South Korea. I started to go to schools, to like elementary school, like kindergarten, elementary, middle school, high school. I started to go there. That was like my part-time job. I went to, like in Korea, I went to every single city in Korea. I went everywhere in that country, and I was going to these schools. One day I went even close to North Korea. Like there's this one place called Paju. It's just next to North Korea. Like you see North Korea is there, South Korea is here. I went there and I went to kindergarten. These little kids, and these little kids, when they see you, some of them, they start to cry. They just see you, they say, why are you crying? So I was like, why are you crying? So they're scared. These are little kids, but that's what they have been seeing on TV. That's what, like, sometimes some of them, even their parents teach them like that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build a new system that is for Africans, it's for us, a new system that it will support us, it will challenge authorities here in Africa, right? And it will challenge as well, it will defend and protect the image and heritage of Africa, right, from outsiders, Westerners, Easterners, and to build pretty much a new system, because before colonialism we had a different system, right? During colonialism we had a different system. After that we're still struggling with this system, right? And our forefathers like Haile Selassie, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Kaunda, and so many others, they tried to build a new system after colonialism that unite all Africans, right, to become one. And they did their part, right? And you know, now they're gone, nobody's here right now. So it's our responsibility right now as, you know, the sons of Africa to actually carry on with that move and that fight. And that's what One Africa is standing for. One Africa is not about me personally, but it's about us. Usually, I never get used to read a speech, but for today, I'm gonna read a little speech that we wrote. And this will give you a full picture of what we stand for, where we are, and where we are going. It is indeed an auspicious occasion, a great honor and privilege to be here with you today to launch and celebrate a Nations of Union, One Africa. Swahili Nation One Africa is a global initiative founded to unite Africa, explore the abundant opportunities of growth that exist throughout the continent, harmonize ideas and best steps to harness these for the benefit of both the young and old generations. To date, Africa remains a continent blessed with numerous resources, yet it is still the poorest in the world. There are numerous internal and external factors that causes this dissonance. The World Bank estimates that by the year 2050, sub-Saharan countries will be home to more than 1 billion people, half of whom will be under 25 years. This demographic stands the best chance at transforming the continent. The most dangerous poverty of all is mind poverty. Colonizers paralyzed Africa decades ago using the education system. The imperialists to date use the divide and rule principle. Africans have for decades been turned against each other. The family unity in Africa, which served a pivotal as a building block of human behavior and society at large, where formative values and respect and responsibility were instilled by parents, all the social order is now disintegrating. Should we sit back and continue complaining while cursing the neo-colonialists? My people, eradicating mind poverty in Africa starts by acknowledging our history, being aware of the present, building on the future, and learning from our mistakes. My people perished and being destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Knowledge remains the biggest challenge we face as Africans. Even with little knowledge we possess, partly our minds have been brainwashed and misinformed. The divide and rule approach of the colonialists remain prevalent even in the current times. Africa, we have allowed ourselves to be divided along with tribes, religion, skin color, clans, ethnicity, amongst others. One Africa, we declare our diversity is our strength. We embrace unity in diversity. Generations behind us are silently pleading for direction. The time is now to reconcile with ourselves, neighbors, and the whole continent. It will be a long road to healing, but in solidarity, we break away from the chains of division and walk the path to freedom. As we forge through this era of technological revolution, Africa should concurrently embrace transformative global trends, especially targeting our education policies. We should create tech corners and replicate across the continent to acquaint professionals in Africa with different trends on education and technology aimed at connecting them with the rest of the world. Unity, peace, and love run a resounding aloe. These three sum can only come through initiative that promote equality of opportunity. Africa is the world's youngest continent with 60% of its population under the age of 25 years. Africa is an envy of the globe, accounting for 19% of the globe youth population. Let us tap into the readily available labor force of the young men and women and detract them from joining extremism. Free them from taking risk journeys across Mediterranean Sea and from appalling conditions and inhuman treatment some experience in the Gulf region. We need to harness the potential of our young people. World Bank estimate that 40% of youth who join extremism are motivated by economic inequality. The exodus of our youth and other professionals through legal or illegal immigration should be a concern for all of us. Our social fabric is being broken, yet human capital is in abundance in Africa. Africans, we have the power to reverse the brain drain into skills gain. I envision an Africa where everyone gets quality education and accessible health service, where no one will be scared to show their ethnicity, religion, or belief, where everyone can traverse freely without being scared of their safety, where everyone is respected for just being a human, where love and peace are our resources for being. Giving is cherished. Sacrificing in service for the benefit of others are honored, where integrity, honesty, hard work, and result-based leadership are the core motivation for all people, especially those who lead us. One Africa needs more than just talent and passion. We need a rich network of like-minded people, dedicated professionals, experts in various fields, and vast ideas on moving forward to bring about change and prosperity to our beautiful continent, Mother Africa. For a long time, Western media and other foreign nations have manipulated and distorted the truth about Africa for their own gain. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change this continent, Africa, but Africans. Africa is our home. Africa is our heritage. Africa is our pride. Africa is for Africans. That's why you clap, guys. Thank you, thank you. Collapse the borders. We, the African youth, are ready and energized to build our continent into prosperity. We have the ability to solve our own challenges without external interference and manipulation. We are advancing to reach all Africans across the planet through conversation for a better Africa. We are on a mission to defend the image and heritage of Africa, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. The core essence of our unity is towards a one Africa of solidarity in peace and love. Knowledge is power. Our people need to be empowered through genuine knowledge based on our values, customs, beliefs, and Africa before colonization. Let us join hands and share in the vision of our humanity, the vision for a one Africa. With all humility, I pledge today that one Africa will unite and build Africa and its people despite of our differences, because our diversity is the key pillar of our unity. I sincerely thank and welcome you abroad to go with me in this journey. Thank you so much. Appreciate. And let me just finish by saying that my tribe is Africa. My tribe is.
For me, I
Africa.
think.
Whatever tribe
So a lot of young people, some people, they live outside of Africa.
And that's how we can
because
unite each other.
They think there's no opportunity.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
But for me, everywhere I travel, like even here in Ethiopia, I see opportunities everywhere. So I think the challenges of young people is like limiting ourselves, thinking that we cannot do it. The only challenge young people we're facing is us thinking about ourselves. Like, we don't think that we can do it. We don't think that we can change. We don't think that we can change this society. For example, there are people who don't believe in one Africa because they believe that no, one Africa will never happen. They just believe, so they limit themselves. I will quote one thing. Obama once said, this quote, I love his quote, what he said. He said, if you reach your goals, that means you didn't set them high enough. You understand that? So the challenge of young people, we don't set our goals high enough. We think here. So I only think about Gonda. Well, I'm Gonda, I was born here, I will die here. Oh, I'm Ethiopian, I will live here, I will die here. No, we have to think big. Because when you think big, like if you think big, you'll start seeing opportunities, you'll start seeing big things. If you think small, you'll see small things. If you think big, you see, like it's divine and also psychological. If I think big, I'll start saying big. Like you will see it. So I came to Tanzania and a lot of people, they're like, I don't want to go back home because there's no opportunity, there's no jobs. I'm like, I don't want to be employed. I want to employ Tanzanians. I think big, right? So because I want to employ, you came with this idea like I had in my mind for 9 years, but I just started 2 years ago. And now when I go back home, I'll be able to employ some people to take care of the media, of social media, and people to be like cameramen. I'll be able to employ them. Then I will have people, young people who they'll have an opportunity to work. The only limit you have as a young people is yourself. The only enemy we have as Africans are not whites, it's Africans, it's ourselves. That's the challenge I've seen everywhere. If you think you cannot do it, you will never do it. If you think you can do it, you will do it. Because the moment you think about it, you start figuring out, okay, how can I do it? How can I do it? You start thinking about that. But a lot of young people these days, they give up. They give up. They don't push hard enough because the life gets tough. And for ladies, they just end up, oh, I would just rather have babies. Okay, maybe I just want to have babies. And poof, babies. But there's things you can do before that. The things you can, let's not limit ourselves. Don't limit yourself, man. Your mind, do you know, you use 5% of your brain. Do you know that? Like us as human beings, we only use 5% of our brain. Do you know that? Do you guys know that? Like you use 5% of your brain. That's human being we use. Those genius people, some of them, they use like 5.5 or 6. That means the human brain, it's more smarter than this machine. These are machines, but your brain is more smarter. Imagine you're using 5% and people design plans, they design cars, they design buildings, just 5%. Imagine if you use like 10%. Oh my goodness, like this world, it will be different. What I'm saying is don't settle. Like don't settle, don't be satisfied with where you are. Don't be satisfied with what you're doing right now. Don't be like, oh, I'm okay. No, it's not okay. You can do better than that. You take exam, you get 50%, you're like, oh, this is better. I got 50. No, it's not okay. You can get 100. You can. If you think about that, you will study hard, you work hard, you make sure that you push yourself to the limit to achieve your goal. So I want to challenge you guys. I'll tell you this. So my dream in 2009, you know what was my dream? My dream was to become a president of Tanzania when I was 16. I didn't finish. That when I was 16. I said I want to become president of Tanzania. But do you know my dream right now? I'm like, no, Tanzania is very small. I want Africa. So I'm not dreaming to be a leader of Africa or whatever, but what I'm doing right now, I'm doing for Africa. So I don't have to be a president to do what I do. I don't have to be like a leader of Africa to do what I do. No, I just need to be an African who loves Africa to do what I do. So what I'm doing right now, I do what African Union honestly is not doing sometimes. We are writing letters. We wrote letters to Mali. Us as One Africa, we wrote a letter to the president of France for what he did in Burkina Faso. Like French troops, they killed our people in Burkina Faso. They killed them like a couple months ago. We wrote a letter to him, to president of France. If you go on my Twitter, you write Mika Chavala, you see that letter is up there. We wrote a letter special to him that we need you to get out your troops out of Africa. We demanded as people. And a couple of days later, he removed troops out of Mali. Right now in the Ukraine, our brothers and sisters, Africans, they were stuck in there. They were not leaving. They were being harassed by the soldiers of Ukraine. You know what we did? We wrote a letter to the international organization to help our people to leave, to take them out. We wrote a letter today. 2 days later, they allowed them to leave. And I'm writing a letter to them. It's scary, but we have to tell them to do it. And now we are writing a letter to all the Italians, British, German, all these colonial powers. We are writing a letter to them to return our heritage that they stole. Italians, they stole a lot of heritage here out of Ethiopia, out of Tanzania, so many, all over the continent. Now we are doing research. Right now, as I'm saying, like we have the people who are doing research, find how many things have been stolen, and we're writing a special letter to them to return our stuff. So the only way, the only limitation, the only restriction, the only challenge is yourself. If you think this small, you'll be like that. If I was still thinking about President of Tanzania, I'll not be here today. I'll be in Tanzania, maybe here and there, but I'm like, no, I want the whole world to know what is Africa and who is Africa. So please, guys, please, let's think big. We have this opportunity to have education, to go to school like this. There's a lot of people in countryside that don't get a chance to come to school. Congo University is beautiful. I was telling my brother here that, man, I'm walking around this school. It's beautiful. I had no idea. I'm looking at it, I'm like, wow. It looks like Korea. This is beautiful. We have this opportunity. Let's use it. Let's think big. Don't just think about having kids. Don't just think about here. No, think about there. Hey everybody, how you guys doing today? I'm so glad to come back here, and for some reason today I feel this energy and I just want to talk about change, man. I posted something earlier today and this is what I said. If you forget about everything, just remember this one thing, that sometimes you might not get to see the change you want unless you change. Insanity is doing the same thing while expecting a different result. You cannot see a different result if you keep doing the same thing. I was kind of like thinking about Africa and the things that we always talk about and we're struggling with. And you guys know that it's a lot of them. We can talk about leadership, corruption, economic dependence, tribalism. We can talk about all those issues. There's so many things that we're struggling with. And maybe you might be tired hearing all these issues all the time, but we have to talk about them. We have to address them, you know what I'm saying? Because there are a lot of people who do not know what Africa is going through, wants to cover the issues that Africa is facing. And as the Swahili Nation One Africa, our job is to address them, brutally be honest with ourselves in order to solve the problem. You cannot solve the issue if you don't know the source and what the problem is. The change that we expect to happen in our country, in our government, societies and communities and our companies, whatever the change that you want, even in your life when you go to personal level, whatever the change you want to see, you have to know that you have to change. This is something that we act towards. If you want to see something change, then you have to change. Because sometimes the thing that you wanted to change is not an issue, but the issue is how you see it. And if you don't change your perspective, then you're going to keep seeing it negative way, right? That's how you will see it. So sometimes in order to change the situation and the negativity around you is by you becoming positive. If you become positive, you will see it positive. Even if there's a negative things, but you will always, your mind will always direct you, will always elaborate things, will always lead you back to the positiveness, you know what I'm saying? Because that's where you are at the moment. And the change that we want to see in Africa, it can only happen if we do change. So instead of sitting down here and talking about change, I will go out and actually be the change that Africa needs. Hashtag Proud African, right? It's very easy for people to complain, to give up, right? Because you don't have to put on effort. It's very easy to lose hope. It's very easy to do that, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to care. If you care much, you're going to get hurt. You don't want to love, because if you love much, you might be betrayed, you know what I'm saying? So it's better to be on the other side of negativity. It's very easy to be in the side of negativity than positivity, because if you want to be in the side of positiveness, then you have to put on effort. And a lot of people these days, they don't want to put effort, you know? So that's why they end up giving up. But this is a message for you, that you are the only one who can change the situation. You can change it. I don't want to put God in this, because I believe that God has already given us ability and mind to think, to elaborate, and to do things. He already given us that. We already have permission. As long as you're alive, that means you still have a job to do, right? The day I die, that means I'm done. I'm finished, right? My mission is done. But as long as I'm alive, it's because I still have something to do. So you already have that permission. But how do you go out and work on that? How do you use the opportunity? Because life is an opportunity that God has given you and me. How do you take advantage of that opportunity to actually bring about change? How do you do that? And that's the question that I want you guys to think about today. And if you can, let me know in the comment section. And when I'm talking about change, I'm talking about, there's a lot of things you don't like it, right? Well, you can change it. As long as you see the problem, you have a solution. Things that you don't like it, I mean, you cannot love anything, everything, you cannot like everything, but there are things that can be changed. And if there's something you don't like, you cannot keep complaining, because it's insane, right? Doing the same thing and expecting different results, it's insanity. So you need to change. And how can you bring about change, right? To whatever situation that you see. So you can take perspective of your country, right? Things that you're struggling with. I love this one quote I saw on Twitter the other day, and I just had to retweet it because it was really well written. And she wrote this on her bio. She wrote, "Love for your country doesn't mean love for the president or for the leader. Ask yourself how you can contribute to your country." And it reminds me what, love for your people or for Africa, it doesn't mean that you have to love a leader or whatever that disappoints you, because a lot of time we've been hiding under the shadow of, you know what, this government is not doing anything. You know what, there's so much corruption. No matter what we do, we're not going to be able to change. Well, love for your country doesn't mean that you have to love that leader who is screwing things up every single day. Ask yourself, how can you contribute? And it's kind of like I'm coming from that point of view, that how can you take advantage of the opportunity, the life you have, to bring about change? Because as long as you're alive, as long as you see there's issues, that means you have a solution. And you just need to figure out how can you figure out the solution. And our job here in Swahili Nation One Africa, it's actually to stir up the fire, right? So you might say that you guys are talking too much of this and that, but our job is to remind each other, is to remind that, you know what, we can actually bring about change. We might not bring the solution sometimes, because we don't have solution to every issue that is going on, right? But you guys, you have it, because you guys are going through, we are going through. And when we come together as one Africa, think about it, talk about it, I'm telling you, there's high chance, and I'm confident 100% that we're going to bring about change. And that's why I want to reach university students, want to reach to all the students who will actually bring change to the next generation as soon as possible. So let me know, guys, in the comments what your thoughts. And I think this will be an amazing time for you guys to motivate me as well. So I'll be checking on your comments and maybe we'll come up with something. I appreciate, guys. I love you. Be the change Africa needs. Proud of you. I love you.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Swahili Nation, welcome back to Swahili to the World. And today is a very sad day for Tanzanians and most of Africans around the world due to the huge tragedy that has happened on 17th of March back in Tanzania. The fifth president of the United Republic of Tanzania, John Pombe Magufuli, has died due to heart disease, and the news were given by the vice president of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu, yesterday. So this news is very sad, specifically to me personally, because I'm Tanzanian. Most of you guys, you know that I'm coming from Tanzania, and Magufuli, he's one of the few leaders who has been working really hard to literally sacrificing his life for people of Tanzania and for the economy of Tanzania. So personally, I've been looking up to and I've been following up closely to all the projects that has been done for a few couple years, and I know a lot of Africans out there around the world, they know who is Magufuli and what he has done for the nation or for the people of Tanzania. I'm sending my condolences to the family and to all people of Tanzania all around the world for this huge tragedy, because this is the first time, it's the very first. I'm just going to read a few messages from different presidents from Africa, condolences to the government of Tanzania. And I will start with Abiy Ahmed Ali, and this is the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. He wrote on his Twitter account that my sincere condolences to the people and government of Tanzania on the passing of President John Pombe Magufuli. May he rest in peace. Yoel K. Museveni, he also wrote on his Twitter account, I have, with great sadness, learnt of the death of His Excellence John Pombe Magufuli. He was a pragmatic leader who believed in and worked for the economic empowerment of East Africans. We join Tanzania in mourning the passing of a great son of Africa. May his soul rest in peace. And also the president of South Africa, Ramaphosa, His Excellence, he wrote to South Africa is united in grief with the government and people of Tanzania, following the passing of His Excellence President Magufuli JP. I spoke to the Vice President, Her Excellence Samia Suluhu Hassan, to express our deepest condolences as they go through this difficult moment. And Paul Kagame from Rwanda, the President of Rwanda, he wrote on his page, we are saddened by the loss of my brother and a friend, President Magufuli. His contribution to his country and to our region will not be forgotten. My deepest condolences to his family and the people of Tanzania. The people of Rwanda stand with Tanzania during this difficult time. Also, the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, he also posted and wrote, I am sorry to hear that Magufuli, John Pombe, President of Tanzania, has passed away. My thoughts are with his loved ones and the people of Tanzania. So far, a lot of leaders, a lot of great people around the nation Tanzania, Africa, and the world has been sending condolences through social media. some of them through phone call direct to the government of Tanzania, and some of celebrities and some of the celebrity from Tanzania, big celebrities, they have been joining forces, and they are actually working on the song to kind of remember Magufuli legacy. And at the moment, the government of Tanzania is actually withholding more information. Hello, everybody. This is Mika Chavala, and welcome back to One Africa. It's such an honor today. It's a very special day because we're going to have a special interview with a special guest. I had to work on this for a long time, to prepare for this for like 2 months because of this today. And I'm so excited that I'm here right now. So I'm just, before telling you who I'm going to interview today, guys, I'm just going to lay down a little bit of the background and I can say achievements that this person has achieved. And I gotta tell you, if I'm gonna talk about it, it might take the whole day because it's a lot of things. So I'm just gonna try to mention, just to name a few. He was born on September 9th, 1962. Profession: mining specialist, business administrator. Education: MA Business Administration, MBA, MSc USA. Hobbies: mechanics and music, weightlifting. I love that. And also parliament history. He used to be a member of the parliament at Nchanga 2007 and 2011. Also, he used to be a minister of foreign affairs, August 2013. Not only that, also minister of agriculture and livestock, March 2014. Also standing orders committee on January 2015. Currently, he's an ambassador of Zambia in South Korea. And he won International Exchange Award from Korea International Journalist Award 2019. And his philosophy is openness or open mind. If you're not learning, you're not ready to grow. Or when you stop learning, you actually stop growing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment to welcome His Excellency, Honorable Mr. Wilbur Chisia Simusa.
Thank you, Mika. Hello,
good to have
everybody.
you.
Yes, good to be here. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Mika.
Did I do a good job?
Yes, very good job. I feel I'm on already. And good to be here.
Yes.
Good to meet everybody on the program.
I just want to say that this is very special moment for me. Thank you so much for agreeing to sit down with me. When I was reaching out to you and writing the email, to be honest with you, 100% I knew that no, he's not going to say yes. But let me try to speak to him. And when you accepted to sit down with me, I was overwhelmed. And I really appreciate for welcoming us here today and to do this with us. It means a lot.
Yes, Mika. I personally, I'll tell you, yes, indeed, when you're asking me, I've been watching some of the things you've been doing.
Yes.
Some of your programs, your focus and your attitude. And when you asked me, I remember telling myself, I think this is something I would want to do to support, the good things you're doing.
Yes.
So I'm happy to do.
This is direct going to my CV. Africa is watching right now. All right. So, sir, I'm just gonna jump right into the different questions that we have. As you know, this is One Africa, and one of our vision and one of our focus is on uniting different countries in Africa. Africa is very blessed, it's very rich, but we are having a lot of problem when it comes to oneness, even within the country, between two tribes, between religions, between languages, and all those kind of things. So
nous vous invitons à mettre vos conversations en pause. We ask you to
put on hold your conversations. We will resume.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Bienvenue à nouveau, mesdames et messieurs.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit is taking place in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I hope you enjoyed your coffee and are now ready to continue with conversations on energy in Africa. In a few minutes, we will have several speakers that will speak successively. The Minister of Finance of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Dr. Mwigulu Lameck Nchemba. There's also an international actor who has been working with the IMF. He's given support to infrastructure investments, and through his commitment, he's been for inclusive and sustainable development. I'd like to invite Mr. Bo Lee, the Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. Kindly give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage.
Thank you very much.
President Adesina, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished guests, it is a great honor to address you today at this important summit for Africa. Let me start my remarks with one question. What is one of the most important requirements for Africa's economic growth and development? Universal, reliable, and sustainable energy access. That is why the IMF congratulates all of you on the launch of Mission 300. We stand ready to do our part to make this visionary program a success. Over the last 2 decades, per capita electricity production in sub-Saharan Africa has been declining, even though the region has significant renewable energy potential. This poses a significant challenge to the region's economic growth. Renewable energy is a win-win. It supports countries' energy transitions while promoting resilience. It also lessens the need to build expensive electricity grids. Renewables can help get electricity to households and businesses quickly while reducing poverty and increasing sustainability. But we know that African countries are finding it very difficult to secure adequate, affordable capital. External financing is therefore essential, since relying on domestic financing can crowd out other important development investments. The IMF estimates that even a relatively modest investment of $25 billion per year in Africa for renewable energy could generate a 20% increase in electricity production and an annual GDP growth boost of 0.8 percentage point over the next decade. Governments play a pivotal role in attracting financing for resilience and sustainability needs. By strengthening governance and transparency, enacting the right regulations, and implementing external sector reforms, we could spur a 20% increase in official sustainable finance flow to sub-Saharan Africa. Adopting well-designed resilience policies helps countries attract FDI for sustainable finance. Developing domestic markets and assuring investors of future revenues through power purchase agreements, feed-in tariffs, and renewable targets is crucial to increasing renewable energy investments. As I noted earlier, Africa's challenge in securing affordable long-term financing for resilience goals. The IMF has stepped up to provide very concessional financing. Our $48 billion Resilience and Sustainability Trust, RST, helps low-income and vulnerable middle-income countries build resilience to climate and other shocks. We have already approved about $10 billion to 21 countries, and more than half of that are in Africa. And the benefits of our RST funding go beyond direct financing. We also help countries design and implement policy reforms that can help catalyze additional financing. For example, RST reforms are supporting Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritania, Morocco, and the Seychelles to strengthen their renewable energy capacity. We are also assisting Benin and Senegal to strengthen their energy policy framework. And in Madagascar, we're working with the World Bank Group, the African Development Bank, and other partners to scale up financing through distributed renewable energy to increase access to electricity using innovative solutions. Finally, last May, the IMF board endorsed proposals for voluntary channeling of SDRs to multilateral development banks. For example, the African Development Bank has developed a proposal for SDR channeling to their balance sheet in the form of hybrid capital, which would count as equity and could therefore be leveraged in additional development lending. This is an example of how we're working together to transform Africa's electrification and renewable energy landscape. Thank you. The IMF stands ready to work with African countries and our international partners to make Mission 300 a success. Let us secure affordable financing, increase renewable energy, and establish policies that will enable countries to achieve their energy goals and a sustainable and prosperous future for their citizens. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do one better. Let's give Mr. Bowley a warm round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Mr. Lee, thank you for highlighting the role of the IMF and its partners. As you so eloquently point out, the IMF is ready to do business. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome to the podium the Honorable Dr. Mgwili Lamek Nchemba, the Minister of Finance from the United Republic of Tanzania. Let's give the Minister a big round of applause, please.
Your Excellency, President Adesina, and all of the leaders here present, all protocols observed. This gathering represents a significant moment for our continent as we come together to tackle one of the most pressing issues facing Africa. The stakes are high, and the needs for concerted actions has never been more urgent. Africa stands at a pivotal moment on its energy. Despite the significant progress, Africa continent still faces an immense energy access gap due to insufficient electricity infrastructure. Achieving universal energy access, it is not just an aspiration, it is a necessity for sustainable development, economic growth, and improved quality of life for our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, energy is not merely a utility. It is a fundamental foundation for our economies and societies. Sometimes we take it for granted and be satisfied as if it is enough when a part of a society has access to energy. Imagine the life for one day without energy, without electricity. And again, imagine the kind of life without electricity for 1 month. And again, imagine the kind of life without electricity for 1 year. And again, imagine the kind of life without electricity for the societies whereby that is the kind and the way of life for them. It is unimaginable. Access to reliable and affordable energy can drive economic growth, create jobs, empower our communities. Yet, as addressed today from different species, that over 600 million Africans remain without electricity, popping up a reminder of the challenges we face on electricity accessibility to our communities. To address these challenges, we must strive and put together our technical abilities and financial resources. And if we are to achieve the ambitious target laid out in our 300 mission, we must prioritize financing for energy sectors as one of the initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, we call upon for all financial institutions to be forefront of these mobilization efforts. Both local and international financial institutions must play a crucial role in providing the capital necessary for energy projects to achieve our desired targets. We need to harness the power of development partners, commercial banks, and impact investors to finance large-scale infrastructure projects as well as decentralized renewable energy solutions. Financial energy is an infrastructure project is critical not only in bridging the access to energy and electricity gap, but also to facilitate economic transformation and reducing poverty across the continent. It is vital that we recognize and maintain the connection between our nations and development to realize better of our journey toward reaching the 300 mission goals. International development partners have a crucial role to play in reducing energy and electricity access gap through the implementation of the national energy compacts. The development partners' support is vital to realize the Mission 300 objectives and compact targets in several key focus areas, as I can mention some few. The first one being financing and investment mobilization. This one, we are calling for development partners who can provide concessional financing, guarantees, and blended finances mechanism to attract private sector investment and facilitate access to green bonds and climate finance to support the transition of renewable energy. Also, development partners can support innovative financing models tailored to unique Mission 300 and national energy compacts as it has been detailed. The others include policy and governance and good governance, infrastructure development, coordination and network building, and it is fundamental that development partners can play a vital role in fostering collaboration among its stakeholders, including governments, private sector, civil societies, and international organizations. They can continue facilitating dialogue platforms like this summit, acknowledge sharing, and best practice exchange to accelerate the adoption of successful models that can be applied. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, development partners historically played a significant role in supporting Africa's energy transition through Africa Renewable Energy Initiative, Connect Africa Initiative, European financial flows on SDG 7 to Africa, and Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Multilateral and bilateral agencies have provided essential concessional financing, technical assistance, and support capacity building initiatives that have been instrumental in fostering progress. Achieving universal energy access in Africa is not only economic and social necessity, but also moral imperative that we must address with determination and urgency. The time to act is now. We have to act now. By forging strategic partnership, mobilizing resources, and implementing innovative solutions with the development partners, we can light up Africa and fuel our progress. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remark, allow me to take this opportunity to encourage our development partners to step forward and announce a new funding commitment and a technical support initiative that will drive Africa energy transformation forward and reach our objective of our Mission 300. Development partners' contribution, both multilateral and bilateral, are essential in helping us achieve our goals of universal energy access by 2030, and economic prosperity and environmental sustainability. It is my hope that the expertise and experience that will be shared in the panel discussions on the role of international partners in acceleration of energy transformation will leverage and emerge many ideas on financing mechanism for resources mobilization to support growth of Africa's energy future. And together, I'm sure and confident that our collaborative efforts will development partners, and investors will lead to the transformation of Africa's energy sector and open rooms for sustainable and prosperous future for all. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for listening. Asanteni sana. Je vous remercie. Asanteni sana.
A very big thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to Minister of Finance, Minister Chemba, for reminding us that the time is indeed now. Let's give him a final round of applause, please. As Minister has highlighted, ladies and gentlemen, we are set for a robust panel discussion. My panelists and our moderator are standing by. This is a two-part conversation. The first part of the conversation really takes on the invitation from the Minister and looks at the role of international partners in the acceleration of energy transformation on the continent. Moderating this panel discussion is Andrew Herkovitz. He is the CEO of Mission 300 Accelerator at the Rockefeller Catalytic Capital. Let's give Andrew a round of applause as he makes his way up. And joining Andrew on stage, please let me welcome Senator Claudio Barbaro, the Vice Minister for the Environment and Energy Security from Italy. Welcome, sir. Mr. Jean Luquan, the President and Chair of the Board of Directors at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Dr. Muhammad Al-Jassar, the President of the Islamic Development Bank. Let's give Doctor a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Mr. Remy Roux, the CEO of the French Development Agency. Thank you very much, Mr. Roux. Let's give him a round of applause. And we close off this panel with Dr. Mahmoud Kene, the regional director and regional and special representative of the president at the OPEC Fund. Let's give Mr. Kene a big round of applause. Andrew, I hand over the floor to you at this point.
Thanks so much, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to say this is the most important panel of the day, and with all due respect to President Adesina, who's here, I think he will get this because we talked about this morning the amount of money, and especially concessional money, that's going to be needed to make sure that we succeed on Mission 300. We heard President Banga say the World Bank is bringing $30 to $40 billion and so much of our IDA money, but this is a whole different group of people. And for Mission 300 to succeed, it requires a big tent. It can't just be philanthropy and the World Bank and African Development Bank, but it requires all the people who are going to be on this stage over this panel. So I'm really excited to moderate this session. I'm Andy Herskowitz. I'm the CEO of the Mission 300 Accelerator, which is housed within the Rockefeller Foundation through Rockefeller or RF Catalytic Capital. And my role is basically to help nudge everybody and make sure that we're doing what we need to do to be able to deliver, but we're doing more than that. The Rockefeller Foundation through RF Catalytic Capital already working with the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, we've already delivered on 23 technical assistance projects that are going to help jumpstart World Bank and African Development Bank projects, specific projects that are going to help us reach that $130 million, the 130 projects that help us reach our 300 million person goal. So we've got the pipeline. Mission 300 is different than anything else that's ever been done, because as we heard this morning, we're bringing in philanthropic capital and other capital from development partners to help de-risk projects to drive that private sector investment. There's going to be a few framing questions that I just like to share with everyone that our panelists are going to try to address, and then we have some specific questions for them. But specifically, the general gist of this is that given the scale and urgency of Mission 300's objectives, how are we as organizations positioning ourselves to support Mission 300 and specifically the energy compacts? Are there strategies or approaches that we're prioritizing that could align with or enhance its impact? And what do we see as the single most critical actions that stakeholders must prioritize today to ensure that Mission 300 achieves its objectives by 2030? And more importantly, who else should be invited to join this effort? So I'm going to start right away with Remy Roux from AFD. And so Remy, I'll turn to you and ask you, AFD is one of the most important financiers of energy infrastructure in Africa. How is AFD going to be contributing to help make Mission 300 succeed?
Merci, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say a few words in French, and then I can switch to English. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Tanzanian authorities for their welcome, and my friend Akin from the AFDB, Jay from GIAP, and all the colleagues.
Which is so important. Full support, of course, from our side. This is a no-brainer, access to energy. And of course, with this holistic approach, you are proposing SDG 7 and beyond, of course, as the entry point in the discussion. AFD, as you said it, Andrew, it's about 2 billion euro investments in the energy sector each year. Access is very strategic for us. It's about 150 million euro investment and a portfolio of 2 billion on our balance sheet that is implementing this day. I want also to remind all of you what we did in Paris about clean cooking under the leadership of Fatih Birol. In this perspective, AFD committed for 100 million euro on clean cooking, especially, which is part of the equation. My own President Macron, he really supports the Mission 300. He met with Raj and the Rockefeller Foundation on Friday, and so I think he will he will commit himself tomorrow for the high-level session. So only the teasing part on my side, just to say what we really want to be a key partner with significant figures of Mission 300, and it will be probably about a 50% increase from what we are already doing by 2030. So maybe a bit too early, Akin, but just don't doubt. And it's of course a commitment by AFD Group. So it's the public side, AFD, but it's also the private side through our subsidiary called Proparco. And it's also the capacity building, technical assistance, vocational training that our second subsidiary called Expertise France can also provide in packages that would include it all, bridging public and private, because we know the solution for access will be private probably, but will still have a significant on-grid, significant public component. Of course, I want to thank the European Union because many of the projects we are financing and Italy and Germany are in the Team Europe scheme and also embarking EU resources that are so precious for the concessional part of this work. Last, I like the idea of national compacts. I connect that with the country platforms work that is ongoing, also with it's not the same countries, but with the JETP initiatives, especially in South Africa. We are part of it because we know in the end it rests on the country, it rests on the demand side, and there's no one-size-fits-all solution. Of course, we know we're working in Ivory Coast and Tanzania on extending the grid, on-grid solutions. We are working in DRC, in the Cabinda region, about innovative off-grid solutions. So that will be the combination of all these projects that will make a difference. Of course, following, and that's also the minister just said it, what we are working with the government of Tanzania, with the best possible trajectories, transition trajectories to reach our common goals. Thank you.
Thank you. So everybody knows I'm actually keeping score up here of the types of commitments that we're going to get from everyone. I know that Remy maybe is not able to announce a specific number today, but we're going to be watching closely over the next day to see what the contribution is, and I think it's going to be a big one, and we're all going to be very happy with that. I'm going to turn to Mr. Jin right now. We consistently hear calls for re-engineering of the global financial architecture. In fact, I'm one of the people who screams really loudly about this all the time. But basically to be a better fit for purpose for the needs of developing countries, lower interest rates, local currency financing, scaled blended financing. Mission 300 is responding to the call by bringing together a broad range of public and private development actors. In fact, one of the things that the Rockefeller Foundation and RFCC is doing is we're going to be supporting sustainable energy for all and helping them pursue some local currency financing solutions starting in Nigeria and then working out elsewhere. What do you see AIIB's role in this construct, and what can we expect from the bank in terms of working with others and delivery over the next 1 to 3 years?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, certainly is less well known in this part of the world than the World Bank Group, African Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank. But we actually are now having almost half of the sub-Saharan African countries which are our members, from 57 founding members all the way to 110. And a couple of sub-Saharan African countries are now on their way to be members. So Africa, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, is very much relevant to us, or we are very much relevant to you. We are fully supportive of Mission 300. When we look at the data, for instance, over the last 2 decades, out of the $2.8 billion of renewable energy investment, Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, only receives 2%. And 300 million people without access to electricity is not to be tolerated. This must be changed. So we are working very much, we are very much committed to be working with other multilateral development banks. We work as a system, MDBs work as a system. My friend Alcina, President Alcina, you know, we've been consulting each other for many times, and I also talked to Ajay Bangar, the World Bank's head, and all the others, that we should really work together to mobilize resources. $90 billion is not a small number. And all of the financial resources put together from all these MDBs, DFIs are certainly not enough. So I think it's very interesting, very important for us to mobilize the private sector and philanthropists and all of those who are interested, who are committed to improving the livelihood of the African people. So how much we can do? We are already having operations in Cote d'Ivoire, Rwanda, and we have a big pipeline in some of these countries. We intend to do projects in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Senegal, Benin. We are ready. We are ready. And here I'd like to pledge $1 billion to $1.5 billion to support a mission.
I just added it to the scorecard here. So
yeah, you know, I think I feel still very sorry. Only $1 billion or $1.5 billion is this enough? I can tell you it's certainly not enough. But this is not the limit. We will continue to allocate resources. So I want to focus these resources for Africa to mission 300. Of course, we can still do something else. One point I have highlighted again and again to other members, regional members, European members, why we should support Africa and sub-Saharan Africa. Because this is the future in the 21st century. Africa is going to be the growth engine. Africa is going to move on the curve of industrialization. And Africa would be the model state, model continent in this world, that you can strike a proper balance between improve the livelihood of the people and protect the wildlife. This is what we should do. And also, I told my colleagues, you know, in the management team and in the bank and others, and also I told the regional members, when we put $1 in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, does not mean sub-Saharan Africa is $1 richer, Asia is $1 poorer. That's wrong. This is a zero-sum game. It's not right. When we put $1 in sub-Saharan Africa, we improve the connectivity with Asia and others, and then we work together to make the cake bigger and bigger and bigger. That's why I think we should be inclusive. Some people ask me, okay, you have 120, 110, you have so many members. Yes, we have members across the whole world. In each and every continent, we have members except Antarctic. And some people ask me, are you going to change the title of the bank? I say, no, no. Because Asia, Africa, Latin America, AAA. Good enough. Thank you.
So that was fantastic. With a $1.5 billion commitment, you can speak as long as you want. I would present a challenge to all of our colleagues from the African countries themselves. Tomorrow, your heads of state will be speaking. I would encourage all of them to make their own commitments from their own budgets as well to what they're going to do to advance Mission 300. So it can't just be us. We all have to do this together. Now, my friend, Dr. Al-Jasser, we met yesterday, and I tried to get a number out of him, and he said he was sharpening his pencil and was holding his cards close. So, but more importantly, you're such an incredible and important partner to Africa. The Islamic Development Bank has been working here for so many years in so many of the countries that are members of the Islamic Development Bank are compact countries as well. The Islamic Development Bank works in many of the countries that are going to enter into compacts tomorrow, as I just mentioned, as well as other African countries that are in the process of negotiating compacts. And I think we're going to see a few more during the World Bank spring meetings. How do you believe that these countries can take advantage of the Islamic Development Bank's tools? And what specific tools you think can be deployed to accelerate energy access specifically?
Thank you very much. And Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. At the outset, I would like to thank the government of Tanzania, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Rockefeller Foundation for organizing this very timely get-together on such a critical element of development. We are all development specialists in one way or another. But electricity is probably one component that we have not paid sufficient attention. We paid attention, but not sufficient. And I say it's not sufficient because of what was said this morning. It's the bloodline of development. It is a human right. It is a prerequisite for any activity. All of us remember when COVID hit, about between 1.5 to 2 billion children did not have education. Why? Because they didn't have internet. But actually, it wasn't the internet, it was the electricity that wasn't there, and that prevented the internet, that prevented that level of education. So what's going to happen to these children when they grow up and to their communities and to their societies? So we have to do as much as we could. We in the Islamic Development Bank, and for those who don't know the Islamic Development Bank, it's a multilateral development bank with 57 member countries. done about $77 billion of financing for energy. And in Africa alone, about 25 member countries benefited to the tune of $33 billion. And we are very active in various countries in Africa now, in the past, and of course, in the future. So we look forward to engaging further. Our affiliates, we have a trade affiliate, we have an insurance, an investment insurance affiliate, and we have a trade facility also. They are all engaged in promoting trading in energy and investing in energy. We have, in Africa alone, the number of projects, as I mentioned, 622 projects in Africa alone in the energy sector. So we have built a lot of bridges also with partners like the World Bank, like the African Development Bank, and other institutions in the Arab Coordination Group, which is the Arab lending institutions. And we know we can build on all of that that has been built up over the years. Let me tell you that the Mission 300 looks very promising. But of course, the devil is in the details, as I mentioned to you yesterday. I think we need to get it right this time. And to get it right is that the private sector has to play a pivotal role in that operation. In the sense also that the regulatory regime has to be conducive to the private sector to be in. I think Ajay today emphasized this, and Akin also. We cannot underestimate the role of regulation. We need separation between legislations, between the provision of the service, the companies that build those services, and those that ensure compliance. Those who ensure compliance are the regulators. And all three elements have to operate independently, but very collaboratively. That way, all of these services, be it electricity or telecom, you will see them growing very fast and becoming very significant in the economic development. Looking forward, we in the Islamic Development Bank are very bullish on Africa, and I think we can commit now $2.65 billion.
I was waiting for a drum roll for that one.
And that, yeah, you stole my pencil and you changed it.
You did. You have a very sharp pencil.
And that's going to be $1 billion from the bank itself, $150 million from our private sector arm, the ICD, and $1.5 billion from our trade financing corporation, the ITFC, but also our guarantee or our insurance entity, the ISEC, which provides business insurance and trade insurance, will also insure at least about $2 billion of these activities that are related to energy in Africa. So We are committed. We want to do more in all the countries that are members, and those who are not members, Mr. Minister, those who are not members, we look forward for them to become members of the institution so they can benefit from that. But also, I'm banking on very strong collaborative approach between the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and the other MDBs to really bring about credible designs and credible implementation of these projects, and also to reach out to each other to ensure that we really are strong believers in joint efforts, because the needs are just huge. We need to leverage each other's convening powers, capabilities in certain countries, access to finance and what have you in some countries. Each member of us can do something special, but it shouldn't be done alone. We can do a lot together, and I call on all to really focus this time on energy, because it is the key to everything good in development. Thank you.
Thank you. That was fantastic. One thing I want to emphasize is we're hearing a lot of really big financing numbers, and financing is critically important. But the other piece that's really important, it's not always a big number, is the grant capital that's needed, either grant capital, ODA, IDA, the things that are the enablers. And this is one of the things that we're doing with the Mission 300 Accelerator, is smaller grants up to $1 million to help enable the projects that might cost billions of dollars. And so it's important that we factor in all of that type of capital, money that goes to the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, that the FDB and that SMAP also does with the World Bank. These are the enablers that make everything happen. I want to turn to our colleague from Italy, Senator Barbaro. Italy organized last year, and for those of you, he's going to respond in Italian, so you might want to get your headsets ready for a translation. Italy organized last year the big Italy-Africa Summit and unveiled the Mattei Plan to massively increase investments in Africa, including in the energy sector. In this context, my understanding is that CDP, the Italian Development Bank, is increasingly looking to make overseas investments. Can you please share with us how you envision the Italian government and CDP can help advance Mission 300?
Thank you. I would like to greet my colleagues who preceded me. The issue of energy access in Africa holds strategic importance for Italy, aligning fully with the thematic and geographical objectives outlined in the Mattei Plan. This plan aims to work alongside African communities and countries to support the enhancement of Africa's vast human, cultural, and material resources. Italy, in addition to being eager to support Africa, is interested in finding ways to grow together, developing shared pathways for progress. To foster this common journey, we are, of course, open to collaboration with the multilateral tools made available by the international community. The interests of Africa and of its communities and the protection of its culture and unique characteristics guide Italy in seeking partners and allies for shared development across the continent. Energy-related initiatives under the Mattei Plan are carried out with the following objectives: expanding access to energy for local populations, developing new industrial energy supply chains such as biofuels and the emerging green hydrogen sector, enhancing energy infrastructure to improve the efficiency of local networks and interconnection capacities between Africa and Europe, providing training in energy sector skills to promote job creation, and increasing access to modern cooking systems, so-called clean cooking, address dramatic environmental and health consequences, especially for women and children. In this context, Italy confirms its commitment to Mission 300 and to African countries. Italy's adherence to Mission 300 will enable co-financing of strategically significant operations in priority countries for the Mattei Plan, alongside the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and other initiative partners. Specifically, Italy has already established a working group with the World Bank to explore joint intervention opportunities, beginning with projects in the Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Malawi, Zambia, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda, under the multi-country program Accelerating the Transition to Sustainable and Clean Energy Access. Additional projects include electrification, digitization, and strengthening of energy utilities in Côte d'Ivoire and the Republic of Congo. Through its participation in Mission 300, Italy also underscores the importance of co-financing as an essential tool to facilitate financial flows towards national electrification priorities and accelerate progress in this sector. We anticipate that the first financing proposals may be approved within the year, in close coordination with the World Bank and government counterparts as part of the Italian government's efforts under the Mattei Plan. Italy is a strong financial supporter of the World Bank's work to expand access to electricity, having increased its contribution to the International Development Association by 24% under IDA 21. Finally, I highlight the Mattei Plan's initiatives to support clean energy exports from North African countries to Italy and Europe through analyses such as the study, A Roadmap for Connecting Africa to Europe for Clean Energy Production, conducted by the World Bank and financed by the EU Commission, as well as support for the interconnection infrastructure like ELMED. Additionally, Italy maintains daily contacts with the World Bank to explore synergies between Mission 300 and the instruments of our Ministry of Environment has funded for years with great resources. Among these, ESMAP, the Energy Sector Management Assistance Program, to which our ministry has contributed 10 million euros to date, with discussions underway for further financing. Over the past 4 years, this program has mobilized $19 billion in external financing, facilitating the installation of 16.5 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. The Clean Energy Access Program with International Finance Corporation, supporting the renewable energy market, particularly by fostering sustainable growth in the off-grid solar market and public-private partnerships in Africa. Our ministry has financed this program with over $400 million. With the African Development Bank, our ministry funds Grant 4, the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, SEFA, which with over 12 million euros supports renewable energy products, energy efficiency, and grid access, aligning seamlessly with Mission 300's core pillars and missions. The Rome Process financing instrument, to which Italy has contributed 47 million euros in grants and 90 million euros in concessional funding. Lastly, I want to highlight the strong impetus provided by Italy in the G7 context. Among many conclusions supporting Africa, I recall the LEADER initiative, Energy for Growth in Africa, which is gaining momentum through our implementation partner, UNDP. We would be delighted to integrate this with other relevant instruments. You can count on Italy. Thank you.
Thanks so much. There was one part of that that I just want to highlight for everyone. This is why I mentioned the importance of grant capital, where you mentioned that the $10 million contribution that you've given to date to SMAP at the World Bank or the Electrifying Africa program helped mobilize $19 billion of projects for 16.5 gigawatts of power. So that grant capital, that really flexible money, is incredibly, incredibly important for mobilizing the large amounts of money that are being pledged here today. So thank you that intervention. I'm now going to turn to Dr. Khan. The OPEC Fund has been championing the cause of energy access in Africa for more than a decade. How can Mission 300 and the work on the energy compacts be a game changer? And how is the OPEC Fund looking to support Mission 300?
Thank you, Andy. Is that all the money is on the table? There is nothing left to pledge. Right?
There's a lot left.
It's very comfortable for me to answer your question. On behalf of the president of the OPEC Fund for International Development, Dr. Abdul Hamid Al Khalifa, I would like to first express our sincere appreciation and thanks to the authorities and the peoples of Tanzania for their hospitality, and also to the organizers and co-organizers for inviting the OPEC Fund to take part in this event. For me, personally, allow me just to say that it is indeed quite special to be gathered today in a conference center that bears the name of an illustrious African leader that was and continues to be an inspiration, not only in Tanzania, but beyond. So, turning to your question, I think, and I'm inclined to say that it's not so much the how, but I think it needs to be a game changer, right? Given the sheer dimension of the problem and the challenge, you know, of this problem, there is no alternative than for Mission 300 to be a real game changer. You see, there are reasons to believe that it could be. We have, on the one hand, a bold vision championed by major international financiers on the continent, I should say the major financial financiers. And on the other hand, we have also a real genuine willingness and effort by national stakeholders to enable access to their peoples to modern energy services and a transition to clean energy solutions. So the combination of these two let us believe that there is indeed hope that this initiative could be the right one and make a real change for the people of this continent. So what needs to be done from the international development partners is really to build on this momentum that has been created by this vision, and to ensure also that this is something that is sustainable. So today we will hear pledges, today, tomorrow, commitments. That's good, of course, but this is not something that will be sustainable if there is not a true and very effective coordination of this whole initiative. Because you will have, by default, you will need to have a vast array of players from the public, from the private, local, international, and this really needs a thorough coordination. So I think that would be for us really the condition for this initiative to bear fruits. There is something that may sound maybe far-fetched a little bit, but it's a question of timing. You see, energy has been apprehended very much as an infrastructure problem or as an enabler of socio-economic development, which it is, of course, and a vital one, I should add. But now it is also seen as a critical element of global warming, environment degradation, climate change. And these are topics that are very high on the global agenda. And I think this could favor or emphasizes the timeliness of this initiative. You clearly said in your introduction that indeed the OPEC fund invested for the past decade, I want to say for the past 5 decades, in the energy sector, sorry. Not because the institution was established by energy producers and energy exporters. The OPEC fund in this regard is really technology agnostic. We just respond to the priorities of the countries, of our partner countries. We have invested so far in the past 5 decades some $1.6 billion in the energy sectors in Africa. Today, I'm very pleased to announce that we will pledge $1 billion US in support of Mission 300. Thank you for the applause, but it's not finished. We will assess and evaluate the situation, if the progress and is the needs, and if new countries adhere to and come up with national compacts, we will consider topping this up by another $1 billion. Thank you very much.
So this is the at least $5 billion panel. So this is fantastic. One thing I do want to mention, because you mentioned these critical enablers, and we're going to wrap up with this. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that one of the things that we're doing with Rockefeller Foundation and Mission 300 Accelerator, recognizing that many of the countries that need to mobilize this financing, often one of their key constraints are having enough people, enough staff. So RFCC, Rockefeller Foundation, we're going to be launching the Mission 300 Fellowship Program, which is the start for trying to place people within ministries to help them advance the reform commitments that are necessary, but also to help them mobilize the capital that's needed. But this is just the beginning. So with modest amounts of grant money, and I already talked to Remy about this to see if we can do things with friends and with others, that we can expand this so that we make sure that the countries with smaller budgets, smaller governments, smaller populations are able to navigate all of our organizations to really take advantage of the money that's out there. So an incredible amount of thanks to all of our panelists and to your organizations and to all of you. And again, a reminder to all the ministers that are here to please remind your heads of state that tomorrow we'll be looking for commitments from them as well. Thanks, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think one more thank you, and that's to Andy Herkovitz for an excellent moderation. Let's give him a round of applause. As we take a moment for a photo opportunity, allow me just to bring to your attention a quick information about the Wi-Fi. If you are looking for the Wi-Fi, it is the Wi-Fi that reflects the abbreviation of our event, AES 2025. And of course, the password in all capital letters is AES25@guest. As they take their photo, ladies and gentlemen, I'm queuing up, coming up next, our next panel, who are all standing by. And I want to give them an opportunity for us to give them their full attention. Thank you very much, gentlemen. There's a hand-holding photograph that's taking place with big smiles. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andy, to his panel. Thank you so very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what we've just heard is a conversation with a range of international partners stepping into the arena, making some bold to advance is our next step. To lead us in a session that expands the conversation beyond just our international partners, looks at key donors, philanthropy, as well as instruments like blended finance and technical assistance to advance Mission 300. Taria Badageshan is standing by. Taria, thank you very much. Taria is the Chief Executive Officer at Climate Investments Funds. Let's give a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, some energy for Taria. Now, Taria, I hope you heard Andy. He said his panel was the best one so far. I'm sure you're going to do one better. Standing by to join Taria on stage is Madame Bjerg Sandakeya, Deputy Minister of International Development at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Minister, for being with us. Mr. Joshin Flasbach, the State Secretary at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Flasbach, for being here. We are inviting onto the podium Mr. Hans Stauschbol, the Director in the Director General for International Partnerships at the European Commission. Let's give him a round of applause. And we are closing off this panel with Madame Rachel Kite, UK Special Representative for Climate. Madame Kite, thank you very much for being here. Taria, the floor is yours, and I yield over to you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Distinguished officials, guests, and colleagues, good afternoon. I'm thrilled to welcome you to this conversation on private sector mobilization and capital, blended finance, technical assistance, and joined by my impressive panel who will share insights on advancing this critical agenda. SIF has a track record of supporting energy programming in Ghana, Mali, Tanzania, Liberia, Lesotho, Kenya. We are absolutely proud that our programmatic investments in clean energy, as well as transmission and distribution and storage, critical to sustainable energy systems. So as you can imagine, this conversation is extremely relevant to me as the CEO of the Climate Investment Funds, one of the largest providers of deep concessional funding for clean energy and climate responses. Now, our $12 billion of catalytic capital for energy and climate response is not enough, really, especially over the next few years. With this in mind, we recently launched the SIF Capital Markets Mechanism, a first of its kind, where a multilateral climate fund is leveraging the power of the capital markets to enable the SIF deploy even more funding to energy system transformation. Recently listed on the London Stock Exchange, we expect the program to bring in several $1 billion for us to deploy into these areas. I must thank some of the donors seated here today, the UK, Germany, and Norway, for their support of this great initiative, and of course the World Bank for your brilliant structuring solutions, and the Africa Development Bank, one of the key partners who came up with the idea. President Adesina and President Banga, I'm happy to report that our inaugural $500 million bond last week was 6 times oversubscribed at $3 billion, and $3 billion order book, 60% from private capital and private asset managers, which was very exciting. Now, these funds are dedicated to emerging markets and developing economies, and it will be focused on energy and clean energy technologies. And Africa must be a key beneficiary. And so we're looking forward to contributing and working with the M300 platform, especially in partnership with the AFDB and the World Bank. The role of blended finance, de-risking and integrating the private sector and private capital will be crucial. So let's dive into our conversation to hear from the panelists on their contributions and innovations to scale funding into Africa's energy sector. So let's start with Ms. Sangsje from Norway. Norway is one of the major donors supporting Africa, and the Prime Minister is also the co-chair of the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. Now, can you highlight how Norway intends to scale up its support for access to electricity and clean cooking in Africa, and noting that the Prime Minister co-hosted the Clean Cooking Summit last year?
Yes, thank you, Taria. You know, I was really seized this morning by President Adesina's words, urging us to go from megawatts of talk to megawatts of action. And I think we've heard great ideas, we've heard plans, and we've heard commitments from this panel or from this stage throughout this morning that will help us to do that. And Norway remains committed to partnering with the African continent and with African countries to do that. One great champion is indeed the president of the country that we're in, of Tanzania, who has championed the very important issue of clean cooking. And she and my prime minister, as you mentioned, co-convened with the IEA and the AFDB the Summit on Clean Cooking in Paris in May last year. And that was really a pivotal moment and has helped to increase the visibility of a key development issue, which I hope we can finally resolve after many attempts. And we're also encouraged to see access to clean cooking solutions will figure prominently in the National Energy Compact, such an integral part of what we are here to discuss at the Mission 300. Now, access to electricity and to renewable energy are long-standing priorities in Norway's development cooperation. And an excellent example is right here with our energy partnership with Tanzania to increase electricity connectivity. The collaboration goes more than 50 years back, and we are working hard to increase connectivity from less than 2% to the around 40% that we see today. It's a great achievement. Now, Mission 300's vision and ambitions are exactly what we need, and Norway looks forward to working with all partners to, again, getting to that megawatts of action that we are looking for. And I would also like to commend President Banga and President Adesina again for your leadership and commitment to make this happen. The decision of the World Bank and African Development Bank to coordinate efforts, including mobilizing funding through IDA and ADF, is fundamental to delivering on Mission 300. So I'm also pleased to say that Norway recently announced a substantial increase of 50% from IDA 20 to IDA 21, up to a total of 5 billion Norwegian kroner. And the strong alignment between Mission 300 and IDA 21 was important in making the case at home for what is Norway's highest IDA allocation ever. I'm also very pleased to announce that Norway very soon will formalize renewed support of Norwegian kroner 300 million to the World Bank's Energy Sector Management Assistance Program, SMAP, that we've seen earlier on the wall here. And that funding through SMAP goes directly to technical assistance and training for African governments, again, preparatory studies for projects and financing in support of Mission 300. I'd like to mention one more initiative, the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, SEFA, which is our main partner at the African Development Bank, which we also believe will play a very important role in the implementation of M300. Now, I could also name a number of other programs and partners that we are working with that are aligned with Mission 300. I will leave that out for now, but just say that we are very pleased to see the very strong partnership across governments like ourselves, the private sector, the development banks, civil society, again, to get to the megawatts of action that we are looking for.
Thank you so much. So now on to Ms. Kite. The United Kingdom has been a strong supporter of energy access programs and projects in Africa for years. So how is the UK planning to support Mission 300?
Thank you very much, Tarier, and it's really great to be on this panel with you and my colleagues. And first of all, I too would like to extend real gratitude from the United Kingdom to our partners in Tanzania, and in particular to acknowledge the personal leadership of the President around energy access and clean cooking. So this is a right and fitting place for this M300 summit to take place. So the UK played an important role in the Sustainable Development Goals 10 years on. I think we welcome this initiative and the leadership of President Banga in sort of asking difficult questions when he came into office and galvanizing the system together with the other partners in the MDB system. So we, I think from the UK, are exposed to all of the MDBs, and we will use our voice and vote to support this agenda. We are a fundamental player in the climate investment funds, the GCF, and then many of the other instruments that the community has built up over recent years. And of the three, I think three of the sponsors, we look at ESMAP, we look at SAFER, and we look at SE4, we have a current exposure of around 100 million pounds across all three. And I'm pleased to announce that today we will put another 8.5 million pounds into SAFER. And what's important about that is that what we can do as the UK is fulfill that need for the fundamentally important part of grant capital and the capital that can take the highest risk within the capital stack. And so what I think is exciting for us about M300 is that we have in this room the breadth that we need and the depth. By the breadth, I mean we have the people responsible for working in support of governments around their vision, the regulatory reforms that will be needed, the structural reforms, the institutional reforms, the capacity building, the project preparation, the project development, and then the actual investment pipeline. And by depth, I mean that we have every part of the capital stack in this room. And we play a very important role together with other colleagues at the bottom of that stack, and we know that the banks, the private banks and investors here are at the top and everybody else in the middle. And so I think that what we hope is that the additional funding that we will put in behind this agenda in support of M300 in all of those different ways, the new money that we'll be putting into the funds that work well, together with an increased focus on leveraging, will start to produce the kind of results we want. The British Investment Institution, BII, also plays a very important role in Africa, and a recent investment of theirs, £5 million into MOPO, which is electric battery swapping, provides the kind of example of how we can come in to build a market, but how there's so much more of that can happen. In Mozambique, Rio is, again, an investment in clean energy services, and for every pound that we put in, we're leveraging another £2 on that. So I think if we stand back and look at the progress made over the last 10 years, we know that there are things that work and work really well, from results-based financing to some of the soft money that's needed to show how big the market is, allowing bigger investors to come in. And I think we feel that if we can take the funds that are working, the mechanisms that work, against the business models that work, we can actually go much faster. And the final thing I'd say is that your extraordinary issuance on the London Stock Exchange last week, which you mentioned at the top of the session, that took about 11 years to come to fruition. The very bright idea took place in the run-up to the Paris Climate Conference and in the run-up to the SDGs. The next one we do won't take 11 years. We can use the London Stock Exchange. We can use the confidence of having done that well to start doing that again and again and again. And there are performing balance sheets of really good, clean energy assets in developing countries and emerging markets that we can use to attract private investment in. And every part of that issuance, the extraordinary oversubscription that you saw, goes back to you to do the same again. We'd like to be a partner in doing much more of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And indeed, we have to integrate Murphy's Law into a lot of our work and start doubling our time to deliver and doubling that time again, over and over again. So thanks for that. And now let's go to Germany. Mr. Flassberth, Germany has been providing critical concessional capital for facilities catered toward catalyzing private sector investments in Africa. BMZ is also one of the major, if not the largest donor to Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. Both Norway and the UK have mentioned. And this has provided tranches for Facility for Energy Inclusion, the Africa Go Green Fund, and many others. So can you speak to how Germany is planning to support the Mission 300's private sector dimension?
Thanks a lot. And let me start by applauding the Tanzanian government and the people of Tanzania for hosting this enormously important event. It's an important signal into Africa, but also for outside Africa. And there is an African saying, at least I heard always that it is originating from Africa, that says, if you want to be fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And the spirit of this summit is a latter one. And I'm sure also some countries, maybe also the biggest countries, will sooner or later realize that going alone is not the way for success. And that is why we are very proud to be here, that we are supporting Mission 300 is without saying. And you announced us, Madam Moderator, as donors. I need to say we don't feel like donors. It's something, in my view, old-fashioned. We are partnering with the continent, and as you said, in many regards. Of course, we feel committed also to solidarity, but as a executive, as the president of the Asian Development Bank said, the size of a cake is not fixed. We can make it bigger. We can live in solidarity, but at the same time also to do something for our own countries, for our own regions. That drives us, and that is why we are committed to programs you mentioned, but also through others. For example, as I see the president of the World Bank sitting in front of me, we are supporting ASMAP through the World Bank. We are supporting the African Development Bank programs like the Green Infrastructure Initiative and many others. And why are we doing so? Apart from our bilateral cooperation, which is enormously important for us. But we do it because the money channeled through the international institutions, through the MDBs, is having the better potential to leverage what we have. And that is not only that we love the banks, but also we believe that is a successful track to the future. So my last point would be, I heard it on the podiums before and also in the opening sessions, that we need to get more money into the system. Yes, that is right. But we also need to better use the existing money. And that is something we need to do on our side as old-fashionedly called donors, that we have to, for example, do more through guarantees. We are too reluctant on handing out guarantees, and this is a way how to make better use out of the budget money we have. But it is also something that needs to be done in our partner countries, and that is why we appreciate so much the Mission 300 and the African Energy Summit. It's a lot to do about regulation. Why do investors want to invest? Because they want to make money. If there is a risk accompanied with these investments, they might not do it. Some of the risk we can de-risk by our instruments in our countries, but the other way to do it is to set in place the regulation in the partner countries and also on the African continent. My very last point is, sometimes in the margins you hear that initiatives around energy in Africa are mushrooming. And I'm not worried about it. As long as we better coordinate and as long as we are running in the same direction, there is nothing against it. And I think Mission 300 has all the prerequisites to provide a kind of umbrella, also through the country compacts, to organize exactly those kind of coordination. And this coordination has not to be done in Berlin or in Oslo or in Washington. This has to be done in the capitals of this continent, and I'm sure you will have and will find enough friends to go along your side. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So leverage further, faster to 2030 is also what we're hearing. So let's go to the EU now, Mr. Starspool. Investing in energy access is not anything new to the European Commission. In fact, the EU has supported energy access programming with the Electrify investment, Facility for Energy Inclusion, and these have all been very successful forays into renewable energy in Africa. So can you share what the EU has learned, what works best, and how can you accelerate even more investments into the continent?
Yes, thanks a lot. And starting out, thanking the government of Tanzania and obviously the partners supporting the government in organizing this important event. And I think it's fair to say that the EU has been a front runner in advancing sustainable energy transition for many years. We have collected a number of experiences. One of them is we are not necessarily faster because we do it alone. But we have learned that we need to team up with other actors, such as development financial institutions, private sector developments, export credit agencies, regulators, etc., in order to really promote a green transition. This means we need to be more effective and to address structural constraints to create a conducive environment for investment to attract private sector. As the State Secretary just mentioned, there are many initiatives. We welcome the M300. We welcome the country compacts because we do believe we need a very firm anchoring in the priorities and the commitments of the countries. We have launched the Global Gateway Strategy in 2022. We aim for Sub-Saharan Africa to mobilize 150 billion euro between 21 and 27 for connectivity projects, not just in energy, but Global Gateway and our experience is based on a number of important considerations. First of all, and I think my colleague from the Agence Française Développement already mentioned Team Europe. We believe by combining the resources of EU member states and their development finance institutions, including also EBRD, European Investment Bank, who is here today, we will be able to achieve higher coordination, scale, and efficiency. One example of Global Gateway is indeed the Africa-EU Green Energy Initiative, which includes 12 European Union member states, the European Investment Bank, the EBRD, where we are committed to mobilize additional 50 gigawatts on renewable energy generation, providing at least 100 million people in Africa with access to electricity by 2030. We have pledged EU investments in renewable energy in Africa of 20 billion in the period 21 to 27. We are well on the way to deliver on that, and out of that, we estimate that 3.4 billion is grant funding, the importance of which was discussed in the session just before. Private sector engagement is absolutely essential. We are gaining more experience in de-risking. Our de-risking instrument needs to be scaled up. They are not sufficiently effective. And we also think, and that's very important in the context of the compact discussions, we need to make real progress on the business environment. We also need, and this is a perfect example these 2 days, a policy level, and that contains a plea for concrete actions to scale up renewable energy projects in Africa. And for instance, my President von der Leyen launched the Global Energy Transition Forum together with the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency last week in Davos. President von der Leyen has also called upon governments and the private sector to join forces to reach the global pledge of renewable energy efficiency, and she has launched together with 118 countries at COP28. This initiative sets global targets to triple global renewable energy capacity and double the average rate of energy efficiency improvement worldwide. To achieve these goals, and the Minister of Energy for South Africa this morning referred to the G20 work, President von der Leyen, together with the South African President Ramaphosa, has launched a global campaign scaling up renewables in Africa during the Global Citizens Now and the G20 Summit of November 2024. This is a one-year campaign. Stock taking will be in Cape Town in November 2025, and we really see these initiatives as complementary. I stop there.
Because we have 7 more minutes. So. 7 more minutes, okay. Okay, great. So I'm just being told that we have a very short window, so we're going to do a very quick lightning round. So we can just make it 30 seconds. That's what Daniel said. So, Ms. Sanjay, the guarantee program. Tell us all about it in 30 seconds.
So we're very proud. Well, let me start from a different place. We've heard very, very clear messages from African countries, from the private sector, from the development banks, that we as donors need to be smart about how we use our development finance. We heard from colleagues here on the panel as well, to use that limited funding to help leverage private sector investment that can really get to scale on the issues that we're talking about on energy access. So we've been very proud to launch a new guarantee scheme to help with the de-risking part of that equation. Launched earlier, well, late last year, with a call for proposals that's still open. There was great interest in our guarantee scheme, so it seems that we've hit demand out there. And the topic is investments in renewable energy. So we're very proud to be able to contribute that together with other guarantee schemes and guarantee schemes in the World Bank and other places that we hope can help leverage the investments that we need, again, to get to the megawatts of action that we are looking for.
Wonderful. And Ms. Kite, the Global Clean Power Alliance.
So reliable, affordable, clean energy has always been the golden thread to all of the SDGs and to climate ambition and prosperity on the continent. The energy world has not been very well organized in coming in behind the ambition that countries have in their energy plans, and now we have a new generation of energy compacts. The Global Clean Power Alliance is a sort of the notion that countries that are committed to the clean power transition can come together and bring political support as well as financial and technical support behind those plans. So it's an extension of the idea, I think, behind M300. But I just want to say one thing. I know we're pushed for time, which is that we have to defragment and collaborate differently. We see that now with the MDB system beginning to make progress. We have a very, very important summit in South Africa at the end of February, Finance in Common, where the bilateral and development financial institutions will be able to do the same. And I think we're all committed to making it easier and to lower the transaction costs for countries to access all the support that's available. And then the final thing is that we need to just shift our minds. Not in this room this morning are the millions and millions and millions of African women who basically form a market that if they are empowered as market participants, we can respond to their needs. And I think that shifting this from sort of supply pledging to listening to that market demand means we could go even faster.
Thank you. And Mr. Flashworth, the power of country platforms.
Yeah, I'm a believer in country platforms, and this is in the heart of the Mission 300. There are very good examples. It was already mentioned under the Just Energy Transition Partnership. Let me mention the South African one, because you can learn a lot from that. First of all, it was a coordination on the side of those providing finance. Secondly, South Africa was definitely in the driving seat. Thirdly, we have a combination of concessional funding and grants, and Germany provided the biggest share of grants on that. Fourthly, in the center of the success of this JETP are the policy reforms. South Africa, with our support, was able to change the energy legislation, providing access to the grid for all suppliers of energy, and that opens a big market. Maybe the last point, you have to be patient. If you would have asked me 2 years ago whether JETP with South Africa would be a success, I would have had some doubts. Now it is an enormous success, and that is due to the leadership of President Ramaphosa, who brought all the legislation, which was a hot potato in South Africa, through the parliament a couple of days prior to the elections in the country. in my country, this would not have happened. So applause to South Africa, a very good example.
Wonderful, thank you. So sadly, we must bring the panel to a close just in the interest of time. So thank you all for your wonderful contributions. This has been a very enriching conversation. Thank you for sharing your insights and your expertise. And now I'm delighted to welcome Woochong Un, the CEO of the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, GEAP, to the stage to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, let me thank the government of Tanzania for hosting this and all of the partners that are involved in making this happen. I'm so grateful. And also especially all the panel speakers and the two moderators, Taria and Andy, for making it a very, very exciting conversation. The conversation was so rich that I'm not gonna say anything to add to it. I just wanna make one point. Some of you might know that I come from MDB space. I used to actually work for Mr. Jin Li Chun in Asian Development Bank. And we did a lot of really great things, the development partners. But have we done enough? Are we winning the battle or the war against climate and energy crisis? I'm not sure. I feel we might be racing against time and we are losing time. So when I joined GEAP, Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, I thought that we needed this radical collaboration across all sectors, public, private, philanthropy, and philanthropy MDBs as well. So it's no longer PPP, it's PPPP. So the philanthropies have to come in. And knowing how the system works, I felt that I can play a role to work with everybody. And as the State Secretary Flasport said, we do need to go together. And then philanthropies need to be part of that. And it's my job to work with everyone so that all of the philanthropies, big and small and different locations, to come together so we can help the development partners to do more and to dream more and act more. So I would like to thank everyone again, and especially those who committed the dollars. I added like around 5-6 billion. I'm sure it's going to go up further. And I remember a long time ago when I was a little kid watching this TV series called $6 Million Man. I thought that was a lot of money. But now we're talking about billions. But that's not enough money for us. We need to go to trillions. So we all need to work together. And finally, we will focus on also mobilizing the technical assistance, grant assistance, so that we can make sure that the financing, billions of dollars, can flow easily and effectively. Again, thank you very much and have a great afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Taria and as well as Mr. Woochong Um as they conclude that panel. I believe that there is, as they transition off the stage, we are ready for our final piece before we take a much and well-deserved lunch break. Now, in the run-up to the summit, ladies and gentlemen, there were a series of civil society consultations. We're going to hear now from two of the speakers as they give us a message from civil society to truly make this an inclusive conversation. Might I please call on the rapporteurs to kindly please join us up on stage. Mr. Adam Anthony, the Executive Director at Haki Rasamali. Are you with us, Mr. Adam Anthony? Yes, thank you very much. Let's give him a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And he will be very quickly followed by Madame Sherop Soy, who I see standing by. She is a Just Energy Transition Advocate and she's a UNFCCC policy case finalist. So to yourself, Adam and Sherop, the floor is yours. Over to you.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Having considered that nearly 600 million people in sub-Saharan Africa live without access to electricity, representing nearly 83% of the world's unelectrified population, having considered further that without access to sustainable, affordable, and reliable energy, sub-Saharan Africa risks not reaching its development targets, including lifting millions, if not billions, out of poverty. Noting that Africa has some of the best renewable energy resources on the planet, with nearly 60% of the world's prime solar sites located on the continent. Noting that access to sustainable, affordable, reliable energy is key to powering Africa and transforming national economies and regional development, acknowledging the World Bank and Africa Development Bank's mission to connect 300 million people to electricity in sub-Saharan Africa by 2030, convinced that this summit is committed to mobilizing financial and political support for sustainable, affordable, and reliable energy access from across the continent to unlock economic and human development opportunities, and having adopted Africa Union's Vision 2060's objective to harness Africa's energy resources to ensure that modern, efficient, reliable, cost-effective, renewable, and environmentally friendly energy to all, and recalling the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, envisioning a world where habitats are safe, resilient, and sustainable, and where there is universal energy access. And finally, further recalling Sustainable Development Goal 7, which seeks to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all, and increasing substantially the share of renewable energy in the global energy mix. Therefore, based on the outcomes of the civil society energy dialogue held on January the 22nd of this year, we, the civil society, have agreed on a path to energy access that is people-centered, does not leave anyone behind, and does not jeopardize the development of the people nor the planet.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the African civil societies, these are our recommendations. Emphasize that investment must be multidimensional and cross-sectoral, focused on generation, transmission, distribution, and where possible, regional interconnection to ensure quality, reliability, and affordability of power supply. Urges that the commitment to connect 300 million people in Africa must also ensure the transition to more diversified and cleaner sources of energy. Recommends that, given the important role of the compacts, it is imperative that there is a clear mechanism for civil society and the public to participate in monitoring and evaluating the implementation of the energy compacts through coordination committees at a national level. Furthermore, ensure consistency and comprehensive use of disaggregated data used across the national compacts to demonstrate meaningful access for women and youth. Encourages transparency and accountability in every aspect of Mission 300 implementation, including meaningful stakeholder engagement in implementing, monitoring, and report to the national compacts. Recommends that to the greatest extent possible that Mission 300 implementation is African-led and supplied by locally sourced materials and workforce. Recommends that the initiative promotes energy policy reforms capable of providing decentralized renewable energy systems to ensure affordable and better electricity access for communities, especially for women and youth. Urges this program to open discussions with African civil society organizations as soon as possible for more participation and ownership of beneficiary communities. Urges that the Mission 300 technical expertise must be sourced from the continent, including from the private sector and the civil society, who have practical experience in policy, law, finance, and citizen engagement. Firmly reminds that at the core, the Mission 300 implementation must be driven with an ambition to prioritize and maximize renewable and clean energy investments. Recommends an open data portal to publish real-time updates on project financing, progress, impact, and feedback mechanism for public input accessible to all key stakeholders. Strongly recommend prioritizing support for women's productive energy use beyond basic lighting, particularly within agriculture value chains. Hence, Excellencies and distinguished guests, this is our pledge to the heads of states that the signing of the Dar es Salaam Energy Declaration will commit to energy development that is sustainable, affordable, and reliable. Thank you.
A very big thank you to Mr. Anthony and Madame Soy. Ladies and gentlemen, just one more minute of your attention as I share a few announcements to transition us into lunch and post-lunch. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, just to remind all our ministers that they will be attending a closed consultation in the Kilimanjaro room on the second floor during the lunch period. And that for all of us, we are going to be making our way to the lunch tent. And the lunch tent is outside of the main auditorium, outside of the main building. And we're all then going to turn to our right, and we will have ushers and signage that will be pointing us to lunch. Now, more importantly, what happens after lunch? So, back here in the auditorium are going to be our plenary tracks, and our plenary tracks are going to be starting at 14:30 sharp. And that just gives us about 40 minutes of lunch. And so just to remind you, 14:30 sharp for the plenary tracks. And of course, parallel to that, we are having the country energy compacts, which are taking place in a range of boardrooms in the building. There is ample signage pointing you to those different boardrooms. There are about 5 of these boardrooms. So please familiarize yourselves as you step out. And those compacts are going to be starting at 14:20. So it's 14:20, 10 minutes earlier than the plenary track. So back here in plenary, we'll see you at 14:30. And if you're in the energy compacts, that is at 14:20. Thank you very much for your kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after lunch, and do enjoy the lunch that has been prepared.
On experts and SAR. How can we start? How do you think we can start a conversation of reconciliation between two different countries that are having troubles or misunderstanding?
Yes, Mika. In fact, as you are saying that, I can say that one of the issues that has really plagued Africa is the conflict in various regions. I mean, you can remember, those of you obviously that follow African affairs, you know, in Sudan, in Western Africa, Congo, DR, even in some in Southern Africa, conflict has been one of the issues that has plagued Africa. And because of that, that has actually contributed to a lack of development, lack of progress in a lot of issues, because the wars have just been disrupted. And that has been an issue that has grown to great importance. And that has grown rise to what is known as conflict resolution. Because of the importance of that unity, that peace, everybody got together and said, look, hang on, we need to resolve this conflict because it's not helping us. It's not helping Africa. It's not helping the world. Because even in the world, there were regions that were in conflict. Okay? And conflict resolution, but in fact, if you go to most major universities that teach international relations or, international, work, conflict resolution is top on the agenda. That's true. And even the African Union, the African Union conflict resolution has been one of the big agendas to help Africa. And if you've noticed, because of this, because of the success, conflict in Africa has reduced somewhat now, and that is helping. And the way to start, dealing, or rather, the conversation for divided countries like in Africa. First of all, obviously, you must identify who are the groups that most represent the people in those regions. Because you can't be talking to a small group who does not even influence. So that's true. No influence. Then you start talking. Then you show what the countries are losing by the conflict. People dying, disease, hunger, no progress, poverty. You show, hey, people, this conflict, this is what it's showing.
Yeah.
Then again, you show what would unity and peace mean. It will mean people will start living happy, communities will thrive, prosperity will thrive. And that is the picture, contrast. And when the parties and when the countries see these two views, then you can start talking solutions. What are the solutions? Because the people see that the importance of peace and unity will result in so much benefit. And that is the way the conversation starts, and you get progress. And I'm happy to report that in Africa, we are making progress. Yes. If you look at the conflict that was there before and now, it is greatly reduced, and this should be encouraged. And I'm happy. I'm happy. It's actually the first topic you've started on, which shows again how important it is to resolve that conflict and get the unity and peace, especially on an African country.
Wow, actually, that question, it leads me to the second question that I have today. Thank you so much for explaining. I think it's very, very important what you've just said. And what do you think is the possible ways to unify Africa? Yes.
Good question. And incidentally, that's one of the biggest agenda of the African Union right now. Working on uniting Africa. In fact, one of the biggest moves that has happened now, if you've noticed or if you've been following, is the creation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, or Free Trade Area, which has been an effort to unite Africa, to make it like one. And by doing that, actually, it has created one of the biggest free trade areas in the world, 1.3 billion people. It was started or signed in March 2018. Then it came into effect May, I think 2019. And the first trade was 1st January this year. So it's happening. And then the ways of doing it basically is free movement of people. For unity, for us to unify Africa, we must allow people to move freely. Issues of visas must be looked at, removed. And I'm happy to say in some areas, actually, there's no visa. Like Zambia and Namibia, no, Angola, rather. No visas. But Zambia is working in Zimbabwe to try and bring it. Ethiopia, I know you can go there, free visa. Rwanda. So visas, free movement, free trade. People should be free to trade without, customs barrier. Before Africa was petitioned, by the Western powers, before it was divided into boundary, people moved, freely. Exactly. There were no issues. And now, even now, if you go to the boundary areas, you find that people on the boundaries of these African countries move very freely. They don't know the restrictions. Like Zambia and Tanzania, for example, if you go to the border, you find people in the morning, he's in his house in Zambia. In the afternoon, he's having coffee in Tanzania, and he's selling his goods. That is the way it works. So you have to let people trade freely. Then you have to encourage cultural exchanges. Let people learn each other's cultures. Although in Africa, the culture basically is almost the same.
It's almost the same.
But that you encourage. And sports. In Africa, sports is an issue. Football. That, and it's working quite well. It's a big unifier. Then the biggest unifier, intermarriage. That's so true. That is the biggest unifier. And actually right now, it's on the move. Let people intermarry in Africa. My son recently, we were celebrating a wedding, and he married a Ghanaian girl. I'm like, okay, this is unity in action. And that way, right now I'm calling my, I'm Zambian. I'm calling my Ghanaians in-laws. That is a powerful unifying factor. So these issues bringing unity and unifying Africa. And it's happening. And I know like the African Union is pushing that, and even individual nations actually working very hard to unify Africa. But it's still a lot of work. And it has started regionally, and then it's growing now to the whole continent.
Side question, sir. Are you in the intermarriage as well? Are you like you and Mama?
That's a good one. Well, we are into intermarriage. I am into intermarriage. Well, my wife she's Zambian, or she's, I would say, mixed race. Exactly. The dad is Zambian, mother is German. So I'm unifying the world. But actually, to unify Africa, we actually need to unify the world, because we're in one global village. We are called global citizens. So practically, unifying the world.
Yeah.
My son is married a Ghanaian.
Yeah.
So I think I'm doing fine in unifying Africa and unifying the world.
Yeah, I feel like you're giving me direct advice to me right now. Thank you. So sir, I've been talking to a lot of youth, young. I've been seeing a lot of comments in the YouTube, and some of them have been reaching out to me. And one of the problems that I see is that, yes, we want to unify Africa. Our leaders want us to become one, but people individually, they don't really want to be unified. Some of them, they're comfortable where they are. They prefer to be called by the name of their country, but not by called Africans, because they consider maybe, no, I prefer to be called, let's say, Tanzanian. So do you think people really want to be united?
The way you've said it, Mika, the answer is yes and no. Yes, those people, and I know we are among those that want to see, or rather, that want to see the unity of Africa, or that want to see unity, are those that see the benefits and the significance of unity.
Yes.
When they look at the United Africa, they're seeing one of the largest marketing, trading blocks in the world. They're seeing progress. They're seeing how Africa will progress. They're seeing how development will come. They're seeing how, as a nation, we'll be so powerful and control so many issues. Resources will be used so effectively. Those people will say yes, and they see. Now, others, because of their agenda and because of the, how do I put it, their interest, will say no, because they'll feel threatened. For example, they'll feel, if you unify that person, that individual, or that country, who outgrow me,
Exactly.
they'll become more powerful than us. So no,
I don't mind.
And in Africa we love power. Hey, I'll lose my post as president, and there'll be another president, and you start fighting. When things like that start coming, those who say no. But I can confidently say, in fact, another example I can give, us being in Korea at the moment, North Korea and South Korea. Those who see that the united Korea would be actually a very powerful nation. If Korea, North Korea and South Korea was to unite, the resulting nation would be so powerful. There will be resources, there will be technology, there will be so much energy that will be released. And people say yes. Now, on the other side, those who say, if North Korea and South Korea unite, there will be a big bill to develop the others. Others will say, no, these will dominate, so you shouldn't unite. Others will say, no, this will take all the raw minerals. And other bigger powers will say, no, if North Korea and South Korea unite, the power in the region, power dynamics will shift. So no, no unity. And no uniting. And those will say no. So those are the yes and no's. But we can categorically say that unity, the advantage and benefits of unity are far better, far bigger than the disadvantages or the non-benefits. So whatever the case, the for unity is the way to go. And there's a better, that's a better option. And we just handle and manage the no's, the few no's.
I like how you put that, just like your philosophy to be open-minded, like openness. I love how you put that, because most of the time we are not towards this way. I really love the way you put that, and I think once people they hear that from us as an African or African leaders, I think they will be very satisfied knowing what they are getting into. Thank you so much. But what do you think, as we are still talking about this, I'm just thinking about, you spoke about free visa, moving around the nation. That could be one of the ways to unify. What do you think about having the same passport? Let's say, the same language that unify our continent of Africa, even maybe anthem, like free visa, like you can go anywhere, even the same currency, having something like that. And what are your thoughts about this?
That would be very powerful. I'll tell you, Mika. That would be very powerful. Although we still got a lot of work to do.
That's true.
Excuse me, before we reach that stage. But that would be very powerful. Because what that will do, like I said, it will unleash such a powerful entity, a unit, a united Africa, which will result in, I'll call it serious development, serious prosperity, serious progress. Okay? And for that to happen, because you see, to have that one passport, common language, common currency.
Yeah.
That speaks of a people that are agreed, that are one.
Unified,
And I will use a story in the Bible, if you allow me.
Definitely.
The Tower of Babel. If you look in the Bible,
yeah,
there were those guys who wanted to build the Tower of Babel, and they started building that tower.
Yes.
Then God looked up and said, "Hey, these guys,
they're one.
these guys will reach heaven, and they're building that tower, and they are able to do it because they are one. They are united.
Yeah.
So let's confuse these guys, give them different language, so they will not, build this. So even the heavens, God knows the power of unity.
Yes.
So that passport, one passport, currency, and that speaks of a united people who will not fail to do anything. And that's the power that we're talking about by those issues.
Yeah. You said something very interesting, that we have a lot of work to do. Do you mind to elaborate? What do we have to do to reach there?
Exactly.
Yes.
One of the issues that you did mention, that in Africa sometimes there are people who don't want to, to get that that unity.
Yes.
We and that's one of the things to overcome as Africans, to recognize one another and support one another.
Wow.
Sometimes we are accused of they call it the PhD syndrome.
Yeah.
Pull him down, pull him down syndrome, where you see someone doing better than you, you pull him down. This one, and you want to be the same. We need to get over that syndrome.
Yes.
Where we build each other.
Yeah.
We build each other.
Yeah.
We are growing. Someone is going up, we push, and we all come out. And another theory, we hear this theory, the crab theory, that if you put crabs in a jar, they will not come out because they will all be pulling each other. Was it the monkey? I can't remember. Or in a jar, they will help each other come out. One will come out and they will pull each other. We will need to learn those theories, that when we are put in the jar, we push one up, he gets to the edge. Then that one who's on top starts pulling everyone. Then all of us will be out of the jar. In saying that, we're saying that when we overcome that that aspect, of us, accepting one another, pushing one another, supporting one another, going forward, and accepting that this is my brother, this is my, and it doesn't matter, what he's doing. I'll not be jealous or envious.
That's
and
right.
in being one, we can have a leader. We all agree this is our leader, and we move because we're all after one goal. Those are the things we have to overcome. And then physically, obviously, in our different situations, we start accepting. When we see this one, this is my brother, and that will go a long way. Then this, well, I'll call them artificial borders, because it is the Western powers, the colonialists that that petitioned us and divided us. When we start realizing that those borders are artificial, that those borders were made by man, and that before that, the continent was thriving and moving, and that will help us. So there's still a lot of work to do, because all the systems now, the systems, the economics, the powers, the customs, and everything, we put them together, and things work. So that's where we have a lot of work to do.
I really see one also mega problem that we have. You can correct me if I'm right. I think there's also lack of trust between, as you were explaining, between maybe one country and another country, or envy and all those kind of things, because you see a lot of leaders or a lot of countries will be open to form treaties and form collaboration with other countries from outside of Africa, let's say Western or Asian or something like that. But it's not the same thing happening to some of the countries when it comes to Africa. I don't want to pinpoint the countries, but I see there's a little bit of lack of trust between one country and another, that I would rather go outside than collaborate with my friend. While I see there's a lot of issues and problems that we can resolve within Africa, even without including somebody else outside, if we're just united and
committee. There was one which is the whole of Southern Africa, which is SADC, and Eastern Africa. And the AU resolved that let Africa conflicts be resolved by Africans.
Exactly.
You know, why go out and start bringing other people to resolve your conflict? So if you notice now, when there's a conflict, say in DRC, for example, Kivu region, or the other regions, Africa says, let's put together a force and let's resolve those forces, conflicts ourselves. So what you're saying makes perfect sense, Mika. And also that shows that that's a sign of maturity.
Exactly.
That is Africa, is Africans, and there's a continent. We are maturing because now we are resolving our own conflict. Because if you need other people to resolve your own conflicts, then you question your maturity and your development. So that is making sense. And right now, I'm happy to report that that's actually what we're doing. A lot of conflicts now, and I'm happy. I was actually sitting on one of the committees that actually resolved one of our conflicts in Africa. And after that, it was a very enriching experience. I said, look,
it's amazing.
On our own, we got together representatives from countries, conflict resolved. I'm like, we're making progress. So this is good. I was part of that, one of the Great Lakes region.
Wow.
So that was very good.
That's really amazing. Another side note, this, you know, before coming here, I kind of like asked my my people that, hey, I'm gonna have interview with someone. I didn't mention anything, and I was like, hey, if you have any question, please let me know. I will ask him on the spot. So this is one question that I think a lot of us we know. Somebody asked to say, hey, if you get a chance, please ask him that why most of African leaders are corrupted.
That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one.
Yes.
You know, there are certain aspects that have to be dealt with on the Korean, not Korean, on the African continent.
Yes.
Okay. I talked about conflict.
Yes.
There are a lot of things that plague Africa. One of them is conflict, poverty,
yes,
you know, ignorance, disease.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, corruption has been one of them that has been, you know, put on that, and that is one issue, which again, when that I'll call it maturity,
yes,
and when that development of the society and the mindset of the African, because you see, when we talk about all this, you're not talking about unity. A lot of things go with it.
Exactly.
And one of the things that will go with this unity is mindset change.
That's true.
Okay, where you're saying, look, you know, these are my brothers. I'm doing. These are our people, and I now that thing you said about pushing one another up, recognizing,
exactly,
you know, that will now come and say, okay, look, why should I, you know, defraud my brother, or why? Let's build one another the way other economies have done. So the way for me to deal with this problem, two ways. Obviously, one thing that is happening now, if you've noticed in Africa, the legislation and the enforcement on corruption has gone up, which was not, if you look in the past,
before,
it wasn't. Right now, it's quite strong. If you look in African countries, corruption, or there's actually now an active and political will to deal with it. And it is very significant. Look at all the countries, you know, Zambia, all the other countries, it is there. Now, the next step, like I was saying, is now to say, okay, having dealt with it, and having enforced it, it's now to say the mindset, the other developed nations, those that have made it, you know, with that attitude, the mindset of saying, okay, we're developing our country. These resources are ours. And as a, you know, as a people, we want to all get better.
Exactly.
That is the part now we're still pursuing. But I can confidently say that actually it has reduced. In Africa, because of enforcement. Before it was difficult to enforce. You know, you have a chief. You know, in Africa, we do with chiefs and kings.
Exactly.
And the king's word is truth. You can't go against the king or the you know, and he will do whatever he wants. But now the you know people are stronger. Even just from your question.
Exactly.
You can tell that people now.
You cannot ask that.
You can say that people now are raising the issue. Hey, you know, can you look at this? Before it wasn't like that. You know, it was martial law. But now people, both leaders and the African, are coming up, and the issue is being addressed. So there's progress.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much for answering that in very amazing way, and I'm really satisfied. Well, another question, sir, that I think we are heading towards the end right now. A lot of young people are listening to you and watching you right now. And a lot of us, a lot of young people out there, they want to become leaders. They want to become, some of them maybe want to become father and all those kind of things. What is your advice to young Africans out there who are pursuing their dream and they want to really change their countries, their society, their family, and Africa at large?
Very good opportunity I have now.
Yes.
To talk to the young Africans.
Yes.
In fact, when I talk to young Africans, I'm talking to Africa itself.
Yes.
Because it is a fact that Africa is made majority by youth.
Yes.
In fact, it's the youngest, I think it's the youngest continent in the world.
Exactly.
With youth.
Yeah, I saw that.
So meaning Africa is the youth and youth is Africa. So I'm talking to Africa now, and that's how serious this issue is. And the advice I can give, first and foremost, I think to the young African youth, to Africa, do not look down on yourself.
Wow.
And do not let anybody put you down.
Yes.
Because I know there's a lot of pressure on the youth, especially, negative talk,
yes,
stigmas,
yes,
and that gets to the youth, especially African youth, and you start looking and you lack confidence. So the first important message,
yes,
youth, African youth, have confidence in yourself,
yes,
and know that you actually have something you can offer and something to give, more than a lot of other people in the world. You can offer a lot. And also to realize that, look, you do not have to run away from the continent.
He's talking to me. Yes, sir.
To make it.
I'm going back. Yes.
You don't have to. I mean, if you are called, you can work around the world. Yes. Do your school.
Yes, sir.
Travel the world.
Yes, sir.
Learn.
Yes.
From the developed countries.
Yes,
Learn.
sir. Yes.
But when you've acquired, when you've developed yourself,
yes, sir,
use that knowledge, that power, that leverage you have to develop your country, and your continent. And also to tell you that actually, do you know that you can there are more opportunities to make it in Africa, to make it big. That's true. Than in a lot of other parts of the world.
That's true.
So if you have the right attitude, the right connections, the right focus, you can make it really big in Africa.
Wow.
So my advice and my point is have that confidence, have the confidence, don't let anybody talk you down, and know that you've got more to offer, a lot to offer, than a lot of the other nationalities in the world who tend to look down and disparage.
Yes.
African youth, and a lot to be very surprised actually. And it is clear now. I've seen actually a lot of youth, African youth, that are actually world famous.
Yes.
World famous and performing and actually offering to the world what others are envious. They're like, wow, this African youth. And they've actually etched their place in the world. And finally, maybe the final advice I can give is that remember that nobody else out there will come to develop your home and your country.
Yes, yes.
Apart from you yourself. No good Samaritan will come and saying, oh, I'll come and develop. No, the development of your home and of your continent is only you can develop it. Remember that.
Yes.
And it will be good. And Africa will be the top. It will be the best and biggest continent in the world. That is my advice to Africa, talking to the African youth. You being African.
I'm overwhelmed. I feel like you're talking direct to me right now. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Do you see yourself running in the future, later in the future, far future? Do you see yourself running for the highest office and
the highest
Zambia?
Office in the land?
Yes.
I always say, and I referred to the Bible earlier on.
Yes.
I referred to God. God directs our paths. God directs our ways. You never know what God has in store. For now, I'm ambassador, to Zambia, and I'm working very well with my president. In fact, the president of Zambia right now, Edgar Lungu.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Yes,
he's amazing.
He's appointed me here.
Yeah.
But God directs our paths.
That's true.
You never know, in a few years from now or into the future, an opportunity arises, and should it arise,
yes,
I'll be very happy to serve my country, Zambia, and my continent, Africa, in that highest position.
I'll be there right next to you.
Yes, you better be. And you'll be very welcome. You'll be very welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
for
Mika.
sitting down with us.
Yes.
Yes. This has been amazing. I feel like I went to the university again. Like all this moment that I have right now, it has been such a productive, and I know not only to me but to everybody out there. And the final last chance that I would love to give it to you, if you wouldn't mind, is if you have any question for me. Any question for me.
My turn to be the interviewer.
Yes.
I need to ask you a nice tough question. No. No, but first, thank you for having me, Mick. I felt very good having this interview. I've been very free, if you've noticed.
Exactly.
Yeah, I do have a lot of interviews. I've enjoyed this one, I must say.
Wow.
And I just want to encourage you, One Africa and Swahili Nation, and I've been following, some of the things you're doing, and I've been very impressed.
Thank you so
much. I'd like to encourage you and the team. There you go. Ooh. Up for One Africa and the team, Africa, the One Africa team, Swahili Nation. Keep it up. You're doing a good job. And my question to you, what are your plans, Mika, regarding what you're doing?
To go back to Africa.
Okay, very good.
I need to go back to my people to apply all the knowledge that I've got here. Yes. Yeah. But I know for sure one of the reasons, because everything I know is planned by God, and one of the reasons why I came here, I believe deep inside my heart that it was for this moment.
Correct.
It was for this moment, because I cannot do this back in Africa, or even if I come to Zambia, it's gonna be really hard to sit down with you, Your Excellence, and it's, I don't know, it's such a privilege. Like my dad, my mom, they're so proud of me sitting down here, and they're extending their greetings to you,
thank you
as well. And I just appreciate you, and I appreciate the government of Zambia, and I appreciate what you're doing for us and for Zambia as well, for everything you're doing for Africa. It's amazing, and you know that you are my role model.
Thank you.
When it comes to leadership, when it comes to you are my role model. I'm looking up to you. I've been stalking you, all these details about you.
I need to call the police.
I had to listen to all the interviews you've done in Korea. Yes, just to see that. Okay. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for having me.
Yes, no, thank you, Mika. Like I said, I've enjoyed it. Yes. One thing you said, actually, that being here has made a lot of things possible.
Yes.
And that's why I said it's important. Keep your network.
Yes.
This is a very important network, very important opportunity place. So even as we go back to Africa, maintain the network.
Yes.
We need to get what we can from the development, and we'll get there. So thank you.
Thank you so
much.
much.
Keep it up. I encourage you. You're doing a very good job. You and the team. Thank you, everybody.
People, thank you so much for joining us today. As you have seen, please leave your comments in the below section and let us know what you think. All the questions that we've been talking about today, just let us know your answers in the comment section. And until next time, One Africa, a conversation for better tomorrow. Swahili Nation, Swahili to the world. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. All right. So I've prepared something very small, very, very small. And this is not for you, but it's for Mama. Because I was thinking, I was like, what can I give His Excellence? I'm like, I don't have anything to give to him. He's supposed to give me something. Hi everybody, this is Mika, and welcome back to Swahili Nation and One Africa. Today is a very special day because right here next to me I have a very special person, and right before I let you introduce yourself, I would love to share a little bit about your biography. I did a little bit of digging and I hope I got it right. In 2005, she resigned from her corporate job so that she could give more to her people back in Kenya through Twana Twitu, a Kamba word which means our children, an organization that supported over 3,000 orphans and vulnerable children in Kitui, Kenya. She served in Kibaki's government under the Department of National Economy and Social Council, NESC, which birthed Vision 2030. She was also awarded by ex-President Mwai Kibaki the Moran of the Burning Spear. while in USA, she worked as an assistant vice president at a Wall Street investment bank. She was also part of the team that devoted itself to improve Kenya's image in the US. She is philanthropist, humanitarian, politician, wife, and a mother of 2 beautiful kids. And recently, President Uhuru Kenyatta appointed her to serve as Kenya's ambassador to South Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Her Excellence Honorable Mwende Mwenzi.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here today. And I gotta say, you're a very busy person, but I really appreciate for setting time aside and sitting down with me. It means a lot to me, to my career, and to Swahili Nation as well. I really appreciate it.
Pleasure being here.
Yeah.
Pleasure being here.
Before we jump right away into the topics and questions of today, I'd like to have a ice-breaking question a little bit.
Oh my. Go ahead, let's hear this.
Yes, it's how is Korea to you?
Korea is wonderful. With the exception of just this particular moment, of course, we're filming in the middle of the summer, unexpectedly warm for me, unexpectedly humid for me. This is my first summer here. With the exception of that, Korea, both the country, the cuisine, and importantly, the people are beautiful. I've only been here now for going on 9 months, and I wouldn't replace the experience with anything.
Wow, that's beautiful. And what it means for you to be a Kenya's ambassador to South Korea?
It's a very humbling experience. I'm representing my government, but importantly, I'm representing my president, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. But more than it just being a point of humility and you know, conversely, pride, it's a big responsibility because I have a duty to perform, and I need to make sure that during my tour of service that I perform my duty to the best of my ability, and that I serve well, and that I advance my country's goals.
Oh, that's beautiful. Wow. So as we know that Africa is very huge with different culture, well, different languages, different people, and it's very diverse. And one of the challenges that we are facing in Africa is division within countries, division within tribes. It's quite a big problem right now in Africa. For instance, you can take a look of what is going on in Ethiopia right now, and what is going on sometimes during election in certain countries. My question is, how can we start a conversation of reconciliation between two different sides that they don't really want to be together?
I think we, first of all, need to distinguish between, I mean, you did mention quite a few points of separation, but we need to acknowledge one thing. Interstate wars are virtually uncommon now. What you see over the past several decades is more intrastate, yeah, where, as you mentioned, there's, you know, ethnic conflict and rivalry of that nature. So what do I think, you know, should be done in points of conflict? I think it depends strictly on the nature of the conflict itself. Some conflict is really temporary. You mentioned electoral cycles. So you know that in the periods leading up to an election and perhaps the periods immediately following, there might be a little strife. Maybe it's just competitive strife. But you know that in its nature, if managed properly, it's largely instigated by politicians, some who will lose, but it's temporary, largely. Where you have simmering tensions that are ethnic or religious-based, I think that is where then, if need be, don't even go outside. I think look within the community, because in every single country, even in countries that are going through turmoil, there are community leaders from across the spectrum, from the political spectrum, from the business community, from the political fraternity itself, religious and otherwise, who can come together, because if a country implodes, you know, everybody goes down with it. So look to the leadership, And then I think it really trickles down.
And I appreciate so much for the answer. I think it's very important. I'm wondering, I know in Africa we have AU, right, African Union, but do you really think people want to be united?
Largely speaking, I think yes. Number one, there's power in strength. When you are fragmented, when you are divided, you have less of negotiating power. You basically don't have that much to leverage, especially if you're using one voice to leverage a global position. But, you know, of course, in any given situation, there are going to be entities that do not want unity because, let's face it, something like war. War is a very profitable business. There's a lot of profit in conflict. So you will have interested parties who will constantly, throw in some fuel, someone else who will light the flame, and sometimes, unfortunately, but it is a reality, those parties have nothing to do with the fire that's burning within. You know, there are many wars that are started by proxy. So I think in the end, it is up to the majority of the people to clamor and to insist on a peaceful situation. Because just think of it for 1 second. What happens when you're in a conflict? You know, you've got the destruction of life, you've got the destruction of property, you've got displacements, refugees fleeing from either one side of the country to another side of the country, or even across borders. With that comes complete destabilization. You are in secondary school and you suddenly have to flee to a different area. You will never get to complete your education. You will maybe rising in a position of, a career that you liked. Suddenly now you find yourself completely, not only, your livelihood is gone. You're unemployed. You have children. And then there's the other things that come with conflict. You've got child soldiers, countries that will recruit children into the war. You have young girls that are raped. So nobody, especially the majority, would want to live in situations like that. In contrast, think of what happens in a peaceful situation. Economies thrive, lives thrive. And in this era of globalization, I think it's for all rational people to support the process of peace and stability as much as they can.
So we know all the positive effects we'll have if Africa will be united. And what do you think are the possible ways to achieve that or to unite people?
I think we're already on track, by the way. If you look at our country alone, I'm very proud, by the way, to say this, and I think it's important that I say that my president happens to be a Pan-Africanist, and he has been for years agitating for a common African voice. In fact, as far as 2015, he was trying to stimulate a conversation that has existed for a while related to the United Nations Security Council, where majority of the things that are discussed have to do with conflict in Africa. I think up to 70%. And yet, there's not a single African nation that sits on the P5. So the feeling, and it is one that I personally share, and that is shared by quite a few people, is that we need to reconstitute the United Nations and make it more dynamic and reflective of the current global dynamics. We're way past, when it was first constituted. But domestically, what he has done is he has urged for intra-African trade. We have been, as a continent, a subject of a lot of exploitation, going back to the slavery days and the colonial days, and even in post-colonial periods, we really are still suffering under the yoke of colonialization and slavery. So what he has urged for is, if we as Africans trade amongst ourselves, because we are very big trading partners, and then speak in one voice. We are much stronger than if we are independent. Kenya doesn't operate anymore just as an independent country, and of course we are a sovereign nation, but we are within quite a few regional blocs. We are a member of the EAC, that's the East African Community. We are a member of the African Free Continental Trade. We're members of COMESA, and different countries have different dynamics, but ultimately you are seeing that sentiment is shared, and more countries are coming together, not just under the umbrella of the AU, but even within their own blocks.
Yeah.
So it's happening.
I wanna talk a little bit about education in Africa as well, because the system that we are still using most of countries right now in Africa is the system that was imposed by colonialism back in the days. And do you think where we want to go, is it helpful for us to continue to use that system in our education?
Well, I can't speak for the rest of Africa, but let me speak to what Kenya is doing. Mm-hmm. Kenya has, for a very long time, done precisely what you're urging, which is interrogated what it feeds the minds of its citizens. So it has set resets, the reset button quite a few times. I used to be in a system where you were in primary school for 7 years, secondary school for 4, and then high school for 2. I happened to be the last of my class. Now, I'm sure some of your viewers were doing the math to figure out how old I am. But then we went to a system where it was 8-4-4. So it was 8 and then 4 and 4. At present, we have revisited that again. And it's not just revisiting the periods that a child is in each segment, but it's also the curriculum. Because the world has changed since I was born, and you cannot have the same curriculum today as we did then. So we're constantly modifying ours, and I think that it's important that all other nations do that, and then key to it. Going back to the integrate local cultural aspects that instill cultural pride, because if nothing else, we're defined by our identity.
Wow. Okay. I'm out of words. Let's talk a little bit about dual citizenship. I understand that you are a Kenyan American, and it was quite at the time when you were appointed to become ambassador right here, it was such a big news, back in Kenya and in the parliament. It was just a huge debate about it, that you should let go of one citizenship to fully be Kenyan. And right now we have a lot of African diasporas outside who really want to have something like that. And my question is, do you think it's the time in Africa right now to have a conversation about dual citizenship? Is it something that it's gonna somehow change the dynamics in Africa right now?
Let me answer this by saying this much. Number one, an increasing number of African countries recognize and have embraced dual citizenship. You've got big countries, like big economies. You've got South Africa, you've got Nigeria, you've got Malawi, you've got Kenya, and the list is growing. If you compare the number of African states today versus, say, 10 years ago, you will see an upward trend. Now, look at the European bloc and look at how many countries in Europe acknowledge and support dual citizenship, and it will tell you just what the value of dual citizenship is. Now, when it comes to Kenya, yes, it is true. It is definitely true. It's in the media that I was being asked to renounce my citizenship. But it's important to say that Kenya does Since the promulgation of its constitution in 2010, Kenya recognizes dual citizenship. And so for certain parties to ask me to renounce my citizenship is actually asking me to embrace an illegality. My own constitution, the constitution that was passed through a referendum that was nationwide, supports dual citizenship for the litany of advantages that it offers us. You know, you want to be able, number one, to trade. You know, there's certain countries that in fact offer you citizenship if you simply invest. You want to be able to travel freely. You want to, you know, we're increasingly a global society. I mean, I am a dual citizen, not just because I was born in the US, but also because my mother is American. But my mother lived in Kenya since she was 1972. My entire formidable years were in Kenya. So I may carry a different passport, and I proudly do, but culturally, what am I really? Culturally, I am Kenyan. Now look at somebody like Barack Obama, former president of the US, whose father was Kenyan and whose mother was American, coincidentally from the Midwest, where my mother's from. Now, he's an American, he carries an American passport like me, but culturally he's American. You know, but we're increasingly global citizens, and if our countries, particularly our African states, want to tap the wealth of not just financial resources, but intellectual resources that the diaspora offers, I think they should increasingly join the rest of the progressive world by embracing dual citizenship.
This is a little bit personal question. I want to know, how was that experience to you? Because for me, as a third person watching and listening, people, I mean, saying that, hey, you should let go of this. Like, literally, you have to deny one part of yourself, identity. How did it feel? Like, how was that experience to you? What did it tell you?
I think you're the only person who's actually ever asked me that, and I find that very interesting. And thank you for asking me that. There were different elements to it. One was sympathy, because there were many people who were fighting the issue without actually realizing that in fighting it, had I given up, I would have harmed our country. I was offered a very unique opportunity through my nomination to speak on behalf of and to fight for all the children that have been born in foreign land that want to come back to the country and serve. And I said it in a few different forums. You know, don't get distracted by the complexion and the highlights, you know, on my hair. Your average member of the Kenyan diaspora does not look like me, but they have families outside. Right now, we're doing this interview in a foreign mission. We have children born in foreign countries through their missions, or even refugees we were talking about. What are you saying? Are you saying that they are not entitled to come back and play their role, throw their hand into national development? So there was a little sympathy for those that didn't get the bigger picture, but that's all right, because hindsight is 20/20. And then there was this unique opportunity that then demanded tremendous sacrifice on my bit. People do not understand the impact that an assault of that nature has on one's family, has on their time, has on their obligations. But again, no meaningful battle, whether it is the right to religion, the right to employment, the right to being mainstreamed in any other way, whether it's wheelchair service. No fight has ever come easily. So on behalf of many diasporas, certainly Kenya's, it was my humble duty to do what I needed to do, and I'm glad that in the end, we have prevailed.
That's amazing. That's great. I believe that this story, it will encourage you.
Thank you very much, Kevin, excellencies and distinguished participants. I'll start by expressing our sincere thanks to the World Bank and the African Development Bank for being associated with the M300. To be associated with this summit as well as the M300. We've heard a lot from this morning on what the M300 is. However, one needs to know that M300 is not anchored in the sky. We have a continental initiative, which is a flagship project of the Agenda 2063, called the Africa Single Electricity Market, and its component, the Continental Power System Master Plan. The Africa Single Electricity Market intends to establish one of the world's largest electricity market, comprising of 55 African member states. The main objectives of the Africa Single Electricity Market is to create or facilitate the creation of an integrated, competitive, and harmonized electricity market within the continent. It became very apparent that in order to accelerate energy access within the continent, we have to take a regional integration sort of approach. So the African Union Commission, working very closely with AUDA-NEPAD as well as its partners, have been focusing on implementation of infrastructure, energy infrastructure projects in the continent as well as the market, which will assist in attracting investment, pulling private sector financing, as well as identify the gaps and barriers of creating this market. Currently, Kevin, as you have asked, the roadmap we have for the fully operationalization of the Africa Single Electricity Market, we expect by 2040, we'll have full operations of this market. What we're doing at the moment as the AUC, working with our partners, including the power pools and the regional regulators, we're developing instruments. These are the key instruments and mechanisms which will facilitate us develop or support harmonized tariff mechanisms. I think we heard some of these being highlighted this morning in the fire chat. We're also working on developing protocols, guidelines, and regulations which are very key, which will facilitate the trading of electricity within the power pools and inter-power pools, which means within the regions. And in addition, to be able to facilitate this, we are working in enabling and establishing as well as capacitating the regional regulators with the market rules, which will help in also facilitating the trading between the power pools. If you allow me, Kevin, just to conclude, is there is very good, or I should say the M300 is fully aligned with our continental initiatives of the AFSEM and the CMP as Agenda 2063 flagship projects, in the sense that they're all are targeted to financing concrete actions which will accelerate energy access within the continent, attract private sector investment, bring out the needed reforms in the electricity sector, provide regional of power integration, as well as expanding markets. And as I close, Kevin, if you allow me, is what we believe is we need to build synergies and harmonize on these various initiatives so that they will complement each other and we can attain both objectives of the AFSEM CMP and the Mission 300. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Kazaura. Next, I'll go to Secretary of State, Jochen Fraschbach of Germany's Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, or BMZ. We've heard from the AUC of the efforts they are making to do to develop CMP and the Africa Single Electricity Market. But we also understand that BMZ is finalizing a 16.5 million euro project that is aimed at strengthening key Pan-African actors and supporting the Africa Single Electricity Market and CMP. Please tell us more about this project because it becomes a very interesting part of the jigsaw.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon to everybody. I just want to continue where I ended in the previous panel when I said apart from the financing, also regulation is essential. And I would say the African single electricity market and the CMP are very much in the core of what needs to be done cross-border on the continental level. I would go even a bit further. BMZ is not only cooperating in the energy on the energy markets and energy systems with our African partners, but also on the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And I would say, no, I am convinced it's impossible to create an African Continental Free Trade Area without a single African electricity market. And it is also impossible, or maybe not impossible, but extremely cost intensive to reach Mission 300 or even more the overall 2030 agenda target provided. Also for this one, the integrated market is essential. And maybe I can share here from the European perspective that without creating the single European electricity market, our German energy system would not be as advanced as it is now. It would be much harder to reach our goal of carbon neutrality by 2045 without this integration on the continental level. And as we are convinced that this is the right way to go, apart from our bilateral cooperation, regional cooperation, the support for the African Union institutions on creating this ASFAM and CMP is of highest value for us. And therefore, as you said, I try to avoid in the first session to come out with all the numbers, what we are providing, how many millions and billions and there. But here I think, although it's not the biggest number I could mention, 16.5 million technical assistance to the AU level as well as for the South African power pool to go along this way is something I'm really happy to announce here, and I hope that this will be a fruitful way forward.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. No, that's a true partner who has seen our vision and has decided to join us in actualizing that vision. Before we go to somebody else, I think Director Amin, we've heard from Kamugisha or Kazaura on AFSEM and CMP, and we've also heard that Germany is going to give you additional resources or give us additional resources to further develop these tools. I think at the end of the day, the aim is to convert CMP and AFSEM into tangible physical assets that will interconnect the entire continent. What is AUDA NEPA doing in this regard?
Very good. You don't have to switch. Just talking.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm speaking here on behalf of Madame Nelson Thomas, Chief Executive Officer.
Hold on.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm speaking here on behalf of Madame Nardos Bekele Thomas, our Chief Executive Officer at AUDA NEPA, actually, to make sure that we move the implementation of the CMP AFSEM. We are basically investing, as of now, with the support of African Development Bank, but also BMZ and other partners, in two things, which is the phase 3 of the CMP. Number one, strengthening building capacity of member states utilities, but also regional power pool. That's number one. And then number two, at the same time, investing into long-term planning. The objective here, obviously, is to strengthen national and regional transmission network. As you know, we really need to invest about $30 billion in a transmission system between now and 2030 so that we can unlock the path for achieving the objective of the CMP. We need as well to scale up renewable energy projects, invest more in solar, wind, hydro, so that we can actually achieve the projected objective of 653 gigawatts of clean energy needed by 2040. And we are doing that through investing into early project preparation. And that's what actually ODA-NEPAD does, again, with the support of our partners. And another aspect is to fast-track the cross-border interconnection. This is crucial. We are focusing on critical regional projects, such as operationalizing the East African Power Pool, but the Central Africa Power Pool, but also the North Africa Power Pool, by bringing them actually support. And we are also supporting the independent power transmission operators. This is extremely important. The objective here is really to attract the $1.3 trillion, which is actually needed to increase our power generation capacity. But to be able to do that, we also need really to fast-track the investment needed to build and operationalize the national and regional and cross-border transmission alliance. That's actually the job we are doing at ODA-NEPAD. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come to you next, Joseph. We've heard about this concept of CMP and AFSEM. Now we think about real connections. Joseph Nganga is the Vice President of Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. You have been leading engagements with governments in the past few weeks on the Dar es Salaam Declaration. Based on these engagements, how do you envisage that the Dar es Salaam Declaration will complement or help or operationalize the continental initiatives such as AFSEM or CMP that you've heard about?
Thank you, Vice President Kevin, and thank you for having me on the panel. I think the declaration captures exactly what the CMP and the AFSEM seeks to achieve, which is a clear confirmation that the work that's being done is critical to Mission 300 and to achieving electrification. Why do I say that? Because of three things. One of the 5 principles in the declaration is regional integration. Why? Because you extract a lot of value from leveraging each other's resources and assets in the most optimal way. You cannot do that without regional power pools. You can't do that without the Continental Master Plan. And so that is perfectly aligned. The second is the declaration's point seeks to drive private sector engagement. Private sector, particularly large-scale private sector, wants to build large projects. Large projects oftentimes are too big for just one country. By being on a regional power pool, you're able to supply hundreds of megawatts of solar in a very efficient way that's lowering the cost per kilowatt hour while ensuring regional power sustainability. So that's the second bit. And the third bit, I think, is in terms of policies and regulations. Governments, presidents tomorrow in the declaration will sign off on their commitment to implementing the right regulatory environment to drive Mission 300, of which one of them is regional integration. If a country prepares its policies and regulations only for themselves, they might lock out the optimization by regional integration. So by looking at it from a regional perspective, the policies and regulations will be encouraging for the ASEAN Continental Master Plan conversation. We have had conversations with private sector, civil society as well, to make sure they support the declaration, and you will hear the same exact points being mentioned. So incredibly complementary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. I think now we've developed the concept of CMP. We've decided that we can actually have the physical assets, but now we need the money. So that means I come to you, Dr. Kwakwa, World Bank Regional Vice President for Eastern and Southern Africa. The Continental Master Plan projects that the cumulative investments of approximately 1.3 trillion will be required for generation and cross-border transmission infrastructure by 2040. By any stretch of imagination, that's a lot of money. What do you see as the role of MDBs, such as the World Bank and the African Development Bank groups, in implementing the Continental Power Master Plan to ultimately actualize the Africa single electricity market and translate it into a reality?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be on this panel. Before I come to your question, let me say again what has been said by previous speakers, and particularly Joseph, the importance of power market integration and power trade in Africa. I think increasingly this is seen as a cornerstone of sustainable development on the continent. It will allow us to tap and to share economical sources of power and also promote energy security. So it's super important for what we're trying to do, the Mission 300. It's been very nicely explained. And I personally feel that Africa as a continent has the resources it needs to provide access to every single African and also to power the economies on the continent in a way that really drives growth and development. But we can't do this without integrating our markets and trading our power resources. So super important. You've talked about, and that's why, as Joseph said, it features prominently in the declaration. It also features prominently in the energy compacts that the countries are preparing. And so all of us recognize this and accept it. And I thank you for the work that Oda NEPAD is leading in this regard. Now, what role for MDBs? I think MDBs come in a variety of ways. First, as you said or alluded to, the financing, so bringing the money, and particularly helping to tap concessional money, both from the AFDB, from the World Bank, of course, from other partners. But it's not just about bringing money. I think the volumes are important, and we're all stepping up on the volumes. It's also important that we're working in a way that we use concessional money to catalyze private money, because you need both public and private resources. The amounts are huge. So that's one thing. And we also need to work in ways that bring innovation. You know, we can't do business as usual if we're really going to accelerate the pace of electrification and the integration of the market. And so all of these are important. And this, I think we recognize, mention the policy and regulatory support that needs to come. And this is another area where MDBs like the World Bank and the AFDB can support and building the capacity of operators, enforcing regulations, the ability to enforce regulations and really make the markets function well. I would say that a very important element also is partnerships. You know, nobody can do it alone. The World Bank can't do it alone. The AFDB can't do it alone. We have to really work together to make this different and to make this work and to get to the single market that we're seeking to do. Let me quickly give a couple of examples of some of the work that the World Bank has been doing. I would say first, just in terms of volumes for the market integration agenda, between 2017 and now, we've mobilized about $7 billion for the market integration agenda, a lot of it in concessional money. To give concrete examples of some of the projects, we've just in 2022 saw the achievement of the Kenya-Ethiopia interconnector, which is now allowing Kenya to buy up to 200 megawatts from Ethiopia, and that could go as high as 400 megawatts. And again, that was done in partnership, not just by the World Bank, but with AFDB, and then with Agence France Développement. So partnerships are super important. We also have the Malawi-Mozambique line that is going to get completed this year. That again is a partnership with the World Bank, with the KfW and other European partners. And then we're also playing in the policy and capacity building space through the support of generous partners like Norway, Sweden, through SMAP support. So these are some of the things that we've been doing. Going forward, you know, we're stepping up and we're going to do more, aligned with Mission 300. And particularly moving from project by project approach to long-term program approaches. And so we've recently launched what we call the Regional Energy Trade, Transmission Trade and Decarbonization Platform, which will run alongside Mission 300 for at least the next 5 years, a little bit more, which is an effort to really provide support, accelerated or enhanced support to the Southern African and the Eastern African power pools. So we're calling it Retrade. And I'm pleased to say that just last week, our board approved a 1.26 billion of the Retrade for the Southern African power pool that will really, over some years, support the development of energy trade in the Southern African power pool. The first project that's been approved is the Zambia part of the Tanzania-Zambia-Kenya corridor, which is super important because when it's achieved, it will bring into being the last part of that corridor that links East and Southern African power pools, which will create geographically the largest power market globally. You know, so that's really transformative and would really make a huge difference. And of course, we're working with others. In terms of innovative financing, we're working with IFC to put in place this transmission infrastructure finance facility, which is really the blended finance idea of bringing concessional resources to help address some of the issues around high risk and the cost of transmission infrastructure for the private sector, so that you incentivize the private sector to come in and do some of what it needs. I think at the center of this is really looking at transmission as something that the private sector can do. In the past, we've always looked at this as public sector, but part of the innovations is really coming in and supporting private sector to do more, and there is scope for that to happen. So let me close again by stressing the partnerships. The partnerships between, of course, the public and the private philanthropies, but importantly, the partnerships between the MDBs. And we're working closely with the AFDB in Mission 300, and we'll look forward to doing some more to make sure that we can seize the opportunity of market integration to achieve the bold ambition of Mission 300. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria.
Thank you.
Being an electrical engineer, I can actually see electrons flowing from Ethiopia to Kenya through the Kenya-Ethiopia interconnector, to Tanzania through the Kenya-Tanzania interconnector, from Tanzania to Zambia through the Zambia-Tanzania interconnector, and to the Southern African power pool. I think this is what we are. This is the essence of the Africa Continental Power Master Plan, and I think the infrastructure is going to be in place and result in actual trade throughout the continent. So I think finally, Mr. Francesco La Camera, who is the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, I have one question for you. How can frameworks like the Africa Continental Master Plan and the Africa Single Electricity Market act as catalysts for achieving the goals of Mission 300, and how is IRENA supporting these efforts?
So thank you, Kevin, for your question, and also for having IRENA here in Salam. You know that first of all, I like to commend you the African Development Bank, the World Bank, for the 300 million initiative, and try to put the contribution of ARENA in the context that I'm presenting briefly. So first of all, we have to understand why Africa has been kept out in some way from the energy transition and the strong development of renewables around the world. We know that really a minimum part of investment in renewables has been made in the continent that has potential to provide 1,000 times the electricity needed by the world. In our point of view, there are three structural barriers that are slowing the progress of renewables and the energy transition in Africa. The first one is the lack of infrastructure. We are complaining that the cost of capital is very high. Sometimes I always like to repeat that the cost of capital is not the illness, but it's just the symptom. So the fact that it's so difficult to invest in Africa in electricity. And why? Because there is a structural lack of infrastructure. What I'm trying repeating now from a few years, that when the process of reform of the multilateral financial institutions, the question is not only to have more inclusive decision-making processes or provide for having more loans or grants. The problem is for what? In my point of view, the multilateral financial institutions should be focused on the building on the infrastructure that is needed to support the new energy system that is coming. This must be the focus of the multilateral financial institutions. Also they have not the capacity, the financial capacity for doing that. But if there is a clear plan on what they intend to do in Africa, it will be much easier to associate the private capital and leveraging and work on the basis of partnership. So the first thing, my point of view, is infrastructure and as a principal focus of the multilateral financial institutions. And then we go to the second barrier that we see, the lack of the market that is designed for having more renewables. And if you don't have a single power market, how this could happen? It will not happen. So first, infrastructure. Second, work on policies and legal environment that allow the market of electrons works. Third is that a distributive energy system is much more resilient, based on renewables, is clean, and provide 3 times jobs that usual investment in fossil fuel on others. But the fact is that it could be also more difficult to manage that essentialized energy system based on fossil fuel. So we need to have institutions that are ready to manage this kind of system. We need professionals that are fitting with the needs of the new energy system. So these are the 3 main barriers. And so this is the reason the 300 million initiative is fitting well and what we are doing. So the fact that ARENA has been proud partners of the building of the Continental Master Plan, we have provided with the atomic energy the modeling for that. I think this is a very significant step in this direction, as has been important in our point of view. Without NEPAD, all the training activity they are performing to make the institution able to manage what is coming and sort of to be leading on that. So this, we think, is important, the Mission 300, because it's fitting exactly in this context that we wish to guide. And what ARENA can do more on that. You know that following the Africa Summit in Nairobi in September 2023, we have launched the Accelerated Partnership for Africa. That is working well. We have, under the leadership of Germany, Denmark, the UAE, and the US, and the leadership of 11 countries that today are part of APRA, and we will be 15 before the summer. I think this could be try to connect with the compact exercise, because we have seen in our investing forum in Nairobi how this is working well. Now we have pipeline of projects. We are trying to make this project to be bankable. So there is a kind of a good line of work. And we also put in this our ETAF, our financial platform that has now 14 partners, including Africa 50, including the World Bank, including with the IFC and MIGA. I think this could be another instrument. So please present project to ARENA. We will try to work with you to assess, prepare the document for the bankability, assess the bankability, and going forward. And just to send them, and closing, how good has been the APRA initiative, that we are trying to showcase that. So we have launched with, in Azerbaijan, in Baku, an initiative, similar initiative for Central Asia. We will launch it at the end of this year, another initiative for Southeast Asia, but trying to remain to Africa. So first, infrastructure, crucial role of the multilateral financial institutions, and all are we ready to work together for making this initiative to be a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I think we are coming to the end of the panel session, but I'll still ask just one generic question for all of you, in particular for Victoria and Joseph and maybe Kamugisha, because we are partners in the Mission 300. So if you look at your crystal ball and envision this Africa Continental Power Master Plan has been developed, fully developed, and throughout the NEPAD and other partners, we have been able to build this infrastructure that facilitates this market trade. What is your vision, especially with regard to Mission 300? Let's start with you, Joseph, then Victoria, and then we'll come to you. 1 minute each, please.
Thank you, Kevin, and it's a very interesting question. I will answer it by quoting the Minister of Power from Nigeria, who in a panel somewhere in Barcelona said, if Kenya's peak demand is 4 hours ahead of Nigeria, and we each have 4 hours of peak demand, why are we both building peaking plants? Why can't we leverage each other's infrastructure to finance, to actually use the power more efficiently? That can only happen if you have a continental master plan and you have the infrastructure such that the peaking plants in Nairobi are available when Nigeria needs them. So my vision is we have the infrastructure, physical, in existence, and I'm delighted that we're now moving towards private sector investment in this infrastructure, but also the trading mechanism to optimize for every country's needs so that we get the cheapest electron, we maximize the capital asset utilization towards a more competitive electricity market. Our continent will only develop if we have affordable power, and this is one key part of that.
Thank you. Victoria?
Thank you. Look, I mean, first of all, if it's been achieved, that's super exciting, and it makes everything much easier. What I would like to see is essentially a point that the minister from Nigeria raised this morning, that he's trading and not getting paid. You know, so how do we make sure that there are good rules of the game that encourage countries to trade? And nobody's saying, well, I can't get paid if I put my power out and I give it. And you have a situation where sometimes countries can be exporters. Sometimes they can be importers, you know, depending on what their countries are going through, climate factors and so on. And so everybody benefits. And together we're pulling the continent forward. We're providing the access to individual households. And we're also powering our economies to pull this continent out of poverty and into prosperity.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I think Amin, very quickly, and finally Kazaura.
Thank you very much, VP Kevin. For ODANEPAT, first, I would like to re-emphasize that we consider M300 as a step toward the achievement of the objectives of the CMP AFSEM, multiply by 5 our power generation capacity and ensure universal access by 2040, while complying with our commitment toward just and equitable transition. That's number one. Number two, of course, as an organization, we are going to continue to contribute to it by making sure that our member states have really the capacity. And that's the reason why, and it was reminded by the DG of IRENA, why we are also investing very much into early project preparation, because early project preparation is the best tool, instrument to make sure that we de-risk projects so that we can actually really go toward that. And then thirdly, our vision, of course, is to make sure that those who can produce the cheapest and in a stable manner would actually contribute to give access to those who cannot produce. That's the reason why we are promoting AFSEM. So all in all, for us, M300 is a step and a strong, solid step toward the realization of CMP AFSEM by 2040. Thank you.
Thank you, Kazaura, but also address Agenda 63, how this mission 300 fits into your Agenda 63, and we'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I can think two quick things. One, what we envisage in 2040, once the AFSEM CMP, the M300, and all the other continental initiatives are in place, that first thing, that we'll have electricity tariffs which are affordable throughout the continent, not the mismatch of tariffs we have, you know, if you go to south, north, east, or west of the continent or central. The second aspect is we will have increased generation of renewables in our energy mix, and further, the continent further continues to be the lowest contributor to greenhouse gases emission in the world. So these are the two aspects which I can quickly envisage to see will happen in the next 15 years once we have AFSEM, CMP, M300, and all the other initiatives we have fully operational. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you'll all agree that we've had a very invigorating and insightful panel. Please join me in giving them a very hearty round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do the exact same for Dr. Kevin Kariuki for an excellent job of moderating. Thank you very much, sir. Might I invite all of you for a photo opportunity? If I can invite you just to step forward, and the official photographers to please come and facilitate the photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, if I might have your attention while that photo opportunity is underway, to explain the final part of our program for this afternoon. We are now going to transition into a short series of really brisk and really concise conversations. We're going to be calling up onto the stage the moderator and their panelists, in most instances 2 or 3 panelists at the very most. And the view here is to really shine the spotlight on some of the challenges and opportunities in the sector. Before I call up our first of these sessions, let's please give our panel a final round of applause as they descend stage. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Madam, thank you very much. Standing by now, ladies and gentlemen, to speak to the question of off-grid and the productive use of energy, it's my pleasure to invite in the role of moderator, Manoj Sinha, the co-founder and CEO of Husk Power Systems. And as Manoj comes up, thank you, Manoj. Please let me also call on Clement Callis, the CEO of Signum Capital, as well as Matthias Charles Yabe, the CEO of AcoFresh. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you very much.
Just so you know, I'm taking my CEO place, William Brent.
Okay. Just a quick, a small deviation. William Brandt is standing in for his CEO, Manoj Sinha, and will therefore take on the role of moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, inviting you to lean in, to engage. These sessions are going to be fast-paced and short, and so we're looking forward to your attention and your participation. Over to you, William.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. As mentioned, this is going to hopefully be a fast-paced discussion. I am not going to stand at the podium, but sit here with the other panelists. We have an interesting mix of people here. We have a very early-stage company working in Ghana and looking to expand into additional countries in Africa, doing cold storage and e-mobility, AcoFresh, and we also have one of the leading debt providers in our space, Signum Capital, Clemens Caliche, as mentioned, and I'm William Brent, the Chief Marketing Officer at Husk Power. We're a growth stage mini-grid developer, so it's a little bit of an interesting combination on both on the practitioner side, but also on the finance side. So I think I'd like to kick off this conversation. There's been a lot of discussion around productive use, so-called productive use, but I think that it's a very amorphous term that people often interpret in very different ways. So I thought I'd begin by asking Matthias and Clemens, sort of how you define productive use. What is productive use to you?
Hi. So for me, I think productive use of energy has to do with making use of different energy sources to ensure that it creates economic value in that it's able to help create job opportunities and then improve livelihoods of people.
Comments?
Okay, so I struggle with this term as much as probably many of you, and in some way as a provider of capital, to me that term doesn't really capture what the essence is of what we're trying to do. I mean, ultimately, we're in the business of supporting new companies in developing and implementing new business models, and as providers of credit, i.e. lenders, we need to make sure that the money comes back to our investors with a certain return. Now, ultimately, in the broader DRE space that we're looking at, what we're looking for is businesses that deliver ultimately green electrons and use those for different purposes, some of which maybe what traditionally is defined as productive use, which could be solar pumps and other machinery. But in the end, what we are looking for is business models that can catalyze the use of electricity. And we're not so much hung up about whether it's called productive use or not. We want to see businesses that grow, and with that growth, the electricity consumption will ultimately go up, which is what drives businesses, their performance, their profitability, and ultimately allows us to earn a return.
Yeah, it's interesting because, as a mini-grid developer, everything we do is we would consider productive use, right? We are electrifying communities. We're doing appliance sales and credit financing to allow for both households and commercial users to actually take advantage of the electricity for productive purposes, but we wouldn't call it productive use. It's just part of our business. It's a utility business model with services added on that allow for greater economic activity, job creation, business creation. So, for us, when that term became more current in the discussion, we looked at it and said, well, this is what we've been doing for 16 years. So it's a little bit of a difficult concept for a mini-grid developer to get their head around, just because it's built into what we do from the very beginning. So we're a utility. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, maybe to put this in context of how, as a financier, we approach this. I mean, Matthias, William, and I sat down beforehand and discussed a little bit about this very topic, and I was trying to learn about Matthias's business. He's a social enterprise that provides cold storage for farmers in rural locations that don't have access to cold storage, right? So clearly that's a productive use conversation, but my questions to him revolve around other topics. So I go and ask him, okay, Matthias, how long have you been in business, and how are you growing your business? What is it that's required to roll out your solution. So Matthias, maybe you can repeat a little bit what you do and what it takes to scale this business.
Right. So at AkuFresh, we are a social enterprise, youth-led, that is based in Ghana. And then our goal is to ensure that we are providing renewable energy solutions to help smallholder farmers improve their livelihoods and also ensure post-harvest management. And because currently about a third of all food produced every year is lost, and just in Africa, 40% of food produced do not get to consumers. And these are as a result of lack of technology and even energy at this local level. So by offering solar-powered cold storage preservation units, we are ensuring that farmers extend shelf life of crops from 5 days to 21 days. And we are doing this at the farm gate. So we offer a decentralized solar-powered storage unit, which will help smallholder farmers to store the crops at the farm gate, helping them extend the shelf life and look for market. That is the business model. Around it is the fact that we offer this as a service using the pay-as-you-go model, and where farmers get to pay 30 cents for each 20 kg crates worth of fresh produce.
So Matthias, you mentioned that you've already pivoted your business model, from more of a services-oriented model to one that's more about build, own, and transfer to local farmer collectives that actually pay for and then operate the asset. Why did you make that pivot? What forced you to make that pivot? What were the decisions that were behind that pivot?
Right, that's a very good question. So as a early stage, as a very early stage social enterprise, one challenge we faced with even regards to speaking to investors is that they do not really see economic growth because it costs a lot to set up our product. And offering this solution to farmers at 30 cents for 20 kg a day would not necessarily give enough revenue to be able to help scale quickly. So we realized that that model would not necessarily help us. But then by pivoting in a sense that we are now becoming technology providers and also empower the local communities to be able to take up the initiative and then run it as community owned, it was something that will look much more sustainable compared to we building it ourselves and then renting it out to farmers. So we are now looking at models where we collaborate with development partners, private organizations, and banks who will now finance the product. So they buy the product from our end, we manage it for 1 year, and then train local community members to take ownership of it. And also looking at farmer cooperatives who will be able to also make an initial deposit of the to own the storage unit, and then have a payment plan with support from local banks and other institutions to be able to help them manage it. With this, it is as that kind of burden of now going to look for money to set up the units and then scale. So thank you.
So I'm going to jump in here because I think here we get to the real challenge of what we're all trying to address. I mean, clearly, you're providing cold storage. It has to be a good thing. Overall, there's no debate about it. Yeah, we manage both credit funds that can lend to a business like this, and we're also a manager of a venture fund that supports early stage businesses. So I turn around to Matthias and say, okay, yeah, we have a fund that can give you $5 million in loans to scale up your business, but in order to do that, we require a certain amount of equity, i.e. owner's capital in the deal. So I go to him and say, you come up with $2 million of equity, yeah, and then we can have a discussion about $5 million of debt. And then Matthias turns to me and says, this is great, but I mean, getting equity is really difficult, and we've started talking to a number of venture capital funds out there. Yeah. So then I changed my hat, take off my credit hat, and put on my venture hat, and I said to him, okay, Matthias, so I'm on the investment committee of our venture fund. The first question I ask when I get presented a deal is how quickly can you grow, and what kind of multiple on my investment am I going to get? And I said to him, by the way, in this current environment, my fellow IC members are very wary of very asset-intensive business models that need, in addition to venture equity, need a whole bunch of credit. So then I turn back to Matthias and ask him what he's going to do. But maybe rather than ask him and put him on the spot, I'm going to turn to William, because he's gone through this process, and maybe he can give a little bit of better insights into how this process of starting a venture takes you on a road to ultimately having a functioning and profitable business, I hope.
So, well, let me ask you first. So, I mean, you, I believe, have a development mandate within your fund, correct? In Signum.
Mm-hmm.
So who defined for you, or did you find for yourself, this focus on asset-light versus asset-heavy business models? Because mini-grids are also an asset-heavy business. We struggle to raise equity and debt just like you do, Matthias. But I'm curious, if you don't mind, like, what is the development finance community, what's their thesis, and how did that come about? Is it the LPs who are driving that? Is it you that's driving that? Where does that point of view come from?
That's an excellent question, actually, because the investors in our venture fund are development finance institutions that would all subscribe to the developmental outcomes and the necessities of a business like Matthias's or mini-grids. At the same time, the venture model follows a very specific trajectory of generating returns for its investors. It relies on relatively rapid growth. It also requires most companies to be able to transact outside of their home market, which typically is too small to gain, but to allow them to gain the size that they can ultimately exit at the valuations that's required for a typical venture funded model. I think of it as a first stage investment, a seed investment followed by 2 or 3 rounds of capital. At each stage, the venture capital universe requires the valuation to go up by a factor of, I mean, name it, 3 to 5 times. So you quickly see that for a company to be successful, a venture investor needs to see being able to have a valuation of $100 million. Yeah, I'm picking some relatively random numbers in orders of magnitude. Yeah, then I can look at, and so that's not necessarily imposed on us by the development community that funds us. It's the way the market works, because even development finance institutions want their money back, and in the venture world, that's the way to an exit.
Well, we could have a longer conversation about the development finance community and whether they're headed in the right direction, but we'll leave that aside for now. To answer your question, I mean, mini-grids, I think most mini-grid companies start in our industry by thinking just about supply and thinking that if you can generate and sell electrons, that you'll be able to cover your costs and make a profit. In rural communities, peri-urban communities where there's relatively little economic activity, that's a non-starter. We learned that the hard way. We almost failed as a company. And what we came to realize was that unless you focus both on supply and demand, that you can't come to a profitable business model. And demand for me is essentially productive use, right? Whether it's household or business, if you can create that demand and actually allow for those communities to be productive, then you've solved a big part of your problem, is making sure that you're sweating that asset and using the electricity generation asset to its fullest as much as possible. So that was a really seminal moment for us in terms of realizing, okay, if you're going to do this, you have to look at both the generation side and the demand side and make sure that those two things are very much aligned.
Yeah, and maybe to pick up on what you said about the sort of the broader financial community, I guess the shortcomings that we are responsible for is that in order to balance supply and demands, there are enough factors outside of everybody's control. We need to be able to provide some visibility on where the financing can come from.
Yeah.
And that is difficult, and we haven't done a good enough job. And I'm sure critical to yours and your success.
Matthias, we've talked about raising equity as being one challenge for you. What are the other major challenges that you face as a young startup?
Right. So some of the challenges have to be working with grassroots, people at the grassroots level, because sometimes it's a challenge for people at the grassroots to be able to adapt to modern technology. So you have to usually spend more time trying to educate and create awareness, and also get people to buy into the idea, because you wouldn't want to develop a solution that will end up not being used. Of course, they face a problem, but then if you do not really offer that kind of awareness, it becomes difficult for them to accept the product. So that is usually a challenge that we face, because people usually at that level tend not to adapt easily to modern technology. So that is one challenge. And another challenge has to do with sourcing equipment, because it's usually expensive. I mean, as a mini-grid company, you understand that it's really huge investment, especially investing in renewable energy. So that high upfront cost, and even sourcing the materials and the materials not being available locally in that quantity is also a challenge. So we end up spending time looking for the equipment we need to put together our technology. That also becomes a challenge in terms of scaling.
But I want to ask you. So what's the thing preventing you or presenting a challenge to you to invest more capital in this space? Because it's been identified as a market opportunity worth tens of billions of dollars, right? So that's a huge opportunity. Why not invest more?
So I was just about to ask you. Yeah. So we hear of all these challenges, and based on Husk, how long did it take you to get on top of these challenges and get to the stage where this business was per se on a stable ground?
Well, I think so the current version of the company is about 10 years old. It's taken us about 8 years to get there.
Okay, so that's part of your answer, right? We're looking at a lot of businesses like Matthias's, and we know that on average, in this ecosystem that we work in, the companies take 8 to 10 years to reach profitability. So he tells me it's going to take him 3 years. Yeah, I add a little bit of fat to it because I know nothing ever works out the way it does. So I'm already having to plan for a business that needs continuously needs to access capital for the next 5 to 8 years. This is going to be through I don't know how many macro cycles in which investors come and go. Yeah. So that is my problem. I have not enough visibility on the future to know that if I put money in now, someone's going to come and follow in 3 years' time to take the business to the next level.
Yeah.
And I would like to hear your solution to that.
Yeah, no, so I mean, one of the things I was going to say, even for a growth stage company like us, we deploy our capital to build assets so that we can electrify people. If we're going to add any additional value-added services like productive use into what we do, we still need grant capital to de-risk those business models. And I would say, and Matthias, you disagree with me if you like, I haven't seen a whole lot of productive use business models that have scaled commercially. And, maybe e-mobility, maybe irrigation, but, we've tried cold storage, we've tried rice milling, we've tried e-mobility, we've tried many different things, but we still don't know ourselves what's scalable and commercially viable. So anyway, I think I'm being asked to wrap up, so I want to make sure that we leave a little bit of time. So we're here for Mission 300, right? This big initiative, productive use is part of it. I'd like to ask you both what you'd like to see from Mission 300 to help your business or investments perform the way that you'd like them to.
Yes, let me start, and then Matthias can give the final touch to it. I think there are two themes that I think are very critical and fit very well into this whole event. Yeah, one is time. Yeah, we spend too much time deliberating over how we do things and not enough time trying to get to solutions. So we need to shorten that 10 years to a much smaller time horizon. And the other thing is we need to grow markets. And we need to grow markets by allowing businesses like Matthias to expand, whether it's from Ghana to Nigeria or across the continent, in a much more seamless way, so that the addressable market gets bigger, the opportunity gets bigger, and capital is more excited about where the journey could end.
Right. For me, I think Mission 300 should also prioritize collaborating with younger organizations, because usually what we usually see is most of these initiatives work with really large organizations, and it doesn't really give younger organizations that kind of experience as well. So when we go to investors like Clems, they always want to say, okay, what previous experience do you have, or how does your book look like? We do not really need very large capital, but at least if we are also plugged into a certain portion of implementing certain projects, it gives us that experience and that credibility to be able to reach out to more people for them to understand that what we are doing actually works to some extent, and then they're able to sort of give us that support. So plugging in younger organizations in this initiative is something that I think it should be a great game changer, so that investors like Clems will be able to
Okay, listen up, Mission 300. Matthias needs your support, so let's figure that out. Thank you both for an excellent conversation. Quick, short and sweet, as they say. Thanks so much.
Right.
Yeah, right on time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Un grand merci à nos...
A big thank you to our panelists and the moderator for the quality of their interventions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we said that we will have successive panels. We have a lot to say this afternoon, and we will move on to a panel discussion called Mobilizing the Civil Society, and it will highlight the civil society actors in energizing Africa. To moderate this discussion, I am pleased to call Mr. Semkai Kilonzo, Executive Director of the Policy Forum in Tanzania. He is a well-known leader because of his engagement for participatory and inclusive solutions, and he will be moderating discussions between Ms. Sheila Oparaucha, Director of Energia, and Ms. Hadiza Abdul Mumini, Global Focal Point, SDG 7 Youth Constituency from Nigeria. Kindly welcome our moderator as well as the two panelists. A warm round of applause, please. Thank you.
For our panel.
How do you operate this? Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Semkai Kilonzo. I am from the Policy Forum, which is a network of civil society organizations working on governance and accountability here in Tanzania. We've got our network has about over 80 organizations brought together in their interest on issues around poverty reduction, equity, and democratization. So that's things around engaging civil society to energize Africa, which is our topic for this panel, is one of the key things that help reduce poverty reduction. So just really quickly to introduce the topic, we know Africa, and we've heard this morning and through the course of today, that Africa faces significant challenges in ensuring universal access to sustainable energy, and civil society organizations have emerged as critical agents, and they have a key role to play as agents of change in terms of contributing to policy advocacy, issues around their work with community-based solutions. Most of the times we've seen very good examples of innovative work being done, and their efforts to make energy access more inclusive. And last but not least, obviously, a huge role that they play in bringing government to account, duty bearers to account for the promises that they make. So without further ado, I'd like to let you know that we've got distinguished panelists here who will have stories and strategies of how civil society and youth can amplify their voices in energy policy and collaboration with key stakeholders. My first panelist is Sheila Oparaucha. She's a leader in gender and energy, works for an organization called Energia, and has about 26 years experience in women's empowerment in energy access. The second is Hadiza Abdul Mumini, and she's also done quite impactful work promoting youth leadership and equitable clean energy access and advancing clean cooking practices in Nigeria, and she's a global focal point for the SGD 7 in Nigeria. So really quickly, I'd just like to jump right in it. I have questions for both of you. First is what inspired each of you to engage in the energy sector in Africa? I'll start with you, Sheila.
Thank you, thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the introduction, and I'm humbled that you call me a leader. Yeah, so it's an honor for me to be on this panel and to contribute to the discussion and discourse taking place at M300. To be honest, my entry into the energy sector was not particularly exciting. I was fresh out of university, an opportunity provided itself, and so I took that opportunity. But over the years, what has been more fascinating for me is to draw the parallels between my first job, which was a veterinary doctor after graduating from the University of Zambia, and my work at the intersection of gender and energy, supported by my second degree from the Asian Institute of Technology in Gender and Development Planning. What surprised me is that in both, you have to go beyond the obvious. When you're treating an animal, which is a client who doesn't speak to you, or when you are trying to address the challenges of women empowerment in the energy sector, what's obvious, it's the root causes, and what's obvious on the surface is not always the real picture. So when I take a gender lens to technical solutions, I'm forced to ask critical questions. Who is benefiting? Who controls the decisions over use? What are the power dynamics between those who have and those who do not have? And that's what really keeps me excited and keeps me motivated. Thank you.
Okay, and Hadiza, same question, but you also, a follow-up question would be, how do you see the role of civil society and youth organizations in shaping Africa's energy policy?
Okay, thank you. I think the inspiration for me was mostly because of the lack of stable access to electricity in my country. Growing up, electricity was not stable, and the frustration for that would be just because you're unable to watch maybe some of your kids' shows, cartoons, and all of that. But as I was growing older, it became to be a bigger problem because you're unable to really work. It threatens your work. These days, most of the work are virtually. You need your computer, and oftentimes you are scared because you have a meeting and there's no electricity for you to power these gadgets that you have to use to attend the meetings. And then you come to see that it's even beyond the individual perspectives. It's even for the country itself, Nigeria. You see a lot of companies just piking up their investments and leaving because the profit is just going back to getting diesel to power up generators, and that's just not profitable. So I thought, what's the best thing I can do? Because if others can have stable electricity, then we can also have stable electricity. So I did the best way I know how, which is law and policy. And this is the short of my own inspiration. Then in terms of the role of civil society organizations and youth organizations, I believe they play a very critical role in shaping Africa's energy future. And this is because you see that across the globe, youths in Africa, for instance, they are taking so much leadership in terms of exploring what are the sustainable energy solutions that are available. And together with these organizations, you see advocacy and policy influence. So they look at what are the best ways, what policies would enable us to promote and prioritize energy access. How can we expand sustainable energy solutions? So this is very, very important. And then secondly, they're able to hold the government accountable and private institutions accountable for their energy related actions and policies. And then you talk about skilling and awareness. So let me give you an example with what we do in terms of awareness. So before I became the global focal point of the SH7 Youth Constituency, I was the regional focal point for West and Central Africa. So as a regional focal point, your responsibility is first to see what are those immediate needs in the organization for your own region. And the first thing we saw was for West and Central Africa, it's even very important for us to begin with the awareness in terms of what are those communities that don't even have energy access? Then what are the alternative sources? There's a lot of problems, for instance, in my own country with the transmission lines. So there's a need for you to really raise awareness on the need for decentralized energy solutions. So the first thing we did at that level was awareness campaign, the sustainable sources available, the consequences of all of these sources, among others. So this is in terms of awareness, one of the responsibilities. And then secondly, you also talk about fostering skilling and after skilling innovation. So right now, as the global focal point of the constituency, the role is to see what are the best ways to support youth. And one very important and interesting program we have is the Youth Sustainable Energy Hub. So it's a hub that gives room to all youths across the globe to come and showcase the youth-led energy projects that they have. And right now, what we are planning to do is to showcase them based on region, and they get access to capacity building, financing, mentorship, and some of the partners for these programs that we've had, IRENA, IEA, REN21, UN Energy, SE for All, among others. So this is one of the areas that you see youth organizations and civil society organizations creating that opportunity and allowing for a just and inclusive transition and also energy access. And then this is the same thing for skilling too. You look at areas that youth don't have skills and we're able to work with.
Okay, thank you. Now back to Sheila. Do you have examples of how civil society can play an effective role in energy policy?
Yes. Actually, my fellow speaker has already said everything that I want to say and also given excellent examples. But let me just, there's a saying, you have to know where you're coming from to know where you're going. And I think it's important if we step back, whether it is 2015 or 2021, when we had the World Summit of Sustainable Development, and you can talk about energy poverty, 2015, when you have the SDGs on going forward, that civil society organizations were the first to start talking about, for instance, decentralized renewable energy, clean cooking solutions, before our governments and our private sector came on board. So I think it's very good to recognize that. And having said that, we're here in Tanzania, so I'll just give two examples. Tatedo. You cannot work in the energy sector if you don't know about Tatedo. Tatedo has been a shining example for over 30 years, really bringing inclusive business models, testing them, making them proven business models. A lot of that we're using today, whether we're talking about multifunctional platforms that they started with, to mini grids, to now using electric cooking and trying to make that affordable. So that's 30 years. The Tanzania Sustainable Energy and Gender Network, really working on empowering, creating a much more enabling policy environment for women in the energy sector, have been catalytic in working in partnership with the Ministry of Energy in Tanzania in developing the Sustainable for All Gender Action Plan. And right now are also innovating in village level adaptation plans, not national, but village level adaptation plans really driven by villages and aggregating them so that they can feed into district level planning. Nigeria, I saw Habiba today, so I'm going to be remiss if I don't mention Society Renewable Energy Technologies and Solar Sisters. You know, when we talk about CSOs, it's not just NGOs. Yeah. We had mini grids developers here saying they're not making profits. They are also part of the CSOs. Here, these are two organizations that over 10 years or more have empowered thousands of women entrepreneurs in very rural and remote areas in Nigeria where nobody else is. Nobody else is in these communities. I've been there to get business skills, deliver clean energy products, and even be innovative with digital literacy. Currently, Solar Sister is piloting a solar mill machine based in local communities, so you don't have to transport things, the long travel and the distance that women have to take in order to transport their farming products to mill. So those are two. And of course, your own organization that's working on accountability in the country.
Thank you. Sheila, again, just a follow-up question. How can gender considerations drive more inclusive and sustainable energy access outcomes?
Okay. Thank you for the question. So inclusive and sustainable outcomes, that's what we want to focus on. So within Energy's experience, we feel that there are 4 critical approaches The first one is to end energy poverty for women. UN Women has said in their snapshot for 2024, and by the way, this year is the 30th celebration of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action that our member states committed to women's economic empowerment and gender equality. The last year that SDG 5 is going to be reviewed, but their report is still showing us the majority of poor women in the world are based in the continent, and the majority of those poor women are energy poor. So ending energy poverty is really important. A very interesting statistics that I saw was for me is that for every 100 men, there are 127 women. Now, what's interesting is the age group, and they're living in extreme poverty. So there are different levels of poverty. This is the group between 25 and 34. That means for the years that are supposed to be your most productive is the years that you cannot not afford or access energy. So that's going to be one. So we need targeted interventions, gender interventions that really put women at the center of, for instance, our Mission 300 contacts. And why I say intentional is because I recognize when our one of our moderators was speaking to our ministers, one of the questions she asked, if you're in the room, is about women's empowerment and gender equality. She added it into the questions, and none of our ministers answered that question. So we really do have to be intentional in making this difference. So that's one. The second one, I want to go beyond markets. Social safety networks. Let's be honest, there's still a large percentage of our population that are not going to afford even the most basic. We heard from the World Bank president that energy is a public good, it is a right. So social safety nets for those who cannot afford, social security safety nets for those who cannot afford is really going to be critical. We also heard from the last speakers about how local communities are considered risk averse to adopting some of these technologies. That's not the case. It's not all about behavioral science. It's because they have very vulnerable incomes. You know, they have very little buffer for economic shocks. Right. So then if you're going to take something and you're thinking, how am I going to pay for it? How am I going to pay it off? You're going to be, of course, you're going to think twice before you take it on. If we have social safety networks that will allow people to afford this, it's really going to be important. So apart from the market, we also have to think of these other things. I know that you're asking me to finish. I'm going to just say two statements. I'm looking at my good friend, Dimfna, and I think on this panel where we have CSOs, we do have to repeat it. We have to think of holistically about SDG 7. SDG 7 has universal access to energy, which is universal access to clean cooking and universal access to electricity. So we need to have both. You can't do one before the other. Okay. We know that, so electricity needs to be a trailblazer for bringing clean cooking. And clean cooking because it saves lives. In fact, my 26 years of experience is going to allow me to be so bold as to say, if you do not have clean cooking in your initiative, it's a gender-blind initiative. It's going to increase inequalities. It's not pro-women. Right. So, okay, I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's bring youth into this. Hadiza, youth play a key role, obviously. How can we enhance the inclusivity of youth voices in the energy spaces?
Okay, thank you. I think one stark reality that we must acknowledge, which is why I'm so happy for this question, is at the tables where critical policies are being shaped, you simply do not find youth voices. You simply do not find youth there. And it's not because they don't want to be there. And youth have fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and they hold the long-term impact of these policies that are being shaped today. They are rather seen as passive beneficiaries instead of the agent of change that they are, or the partners in shaping these policies. And I believe some of the reasons for these marginalizations is because maybe there's lack of trust in the capabilities of youth, or maybe there's no resources to engage them, or there's no knowledge of all these initiatives and activities that youth are putting to show their interest and their need to really shape all these policies that are being made. Now, these are my recommendations in terms of how youth can really be made inclusive and to help shape these policies. One, is to have a formal youth engagement mechanism, a youth advisory council. And this was the case I saw in the UAE. In the UAE, United Arab Emirates, both public institutions, private institutions, government institutions, all these institutions, they are required by law to have a youth advisory body. So for every policy that they make, you know that it has the perspectives of the younger generations contained therein. Then secondly, if the fear or the reason for not engaging youth is because there's fear of, or there's doubt as to their capabilities, then train them. Recently, I serve as the co-chair of the Arena Youth Council. Then we organized the Arena Youth Forum along the sidelines of the Arena Assembly. And a lot of youth from over 50 countries came. There was a lot of, it was very, very intensive, but there was a lot of opportunities for youth, and they were able to be merged together with leading experts in the energy sector. And one thing that I realized was the UAE youths, they stood out. Some of them in the workshops I attended, they have served as negotiators, and they were sort of giving a workshop on that. They were aware of their country's NDCs, of their country's energy plans. So they have that sense of ownership. If you're able to train the youth and make them understand what the position is, then you give them that sense of ownership and you get to have more out of them. And then secondly, all these youth organizations, CSOs, invest in them so they could further amplify their impact. And then lastly, for emissions such as Mission 300, I think it's very important that we have a platform that removes all this geographical barrier, an online platform that allows you to have all the youths there. So at all times, from the beginning, middle, up until the end, you get to ask, and you hear without any filter, what are their thoughts, how is it going, what are their suggestions on this project. I believe this way is able to bring up youth inclusion.
Yeah, we just have a minute and a half, so I'll just jump to the last question for both of you. How do you think civil society can better collaborate with the other stakeholders, government and private sector? Yeah, you've got a minute for both of you.
Okay. So I'll just be quick then. Okay, so I believe the collaboration is very essential, as we're all aware, but oftentimes it doesn't happen because of some barriers, lack of trust, lack of communication, bureaucracy, red tape hindering of project implementation, or just different priorities and agendas. So if this all these barriers could be removed, then the rules of the civil society organizations, youth organizations, can then they'll be able to work collaboratively with the government. The government does the policies, the private sector bring the investment, and the CSOs are the ones that are willing to go to the grassroots level. And for all this role, for instance, of the CSOs, you have the policy advocacy, skilling, fostering innovation. If they're able to do it together and work as one, it will have more impact. Oftentimes you see that the skilling itself, even the government officials, they do need it. Sometimes for these policies that are being made, you see that the CSOs can bring that evidence from the grassroots engagement that they've had, and you have policies that are more effective.
Thank you, Sheila. Same question.
You. Yes, a minute and a half, but because this is the only, I think there are only 2 spaces in this conference where civil society is, please allow me to add an extra minute. I think we are entitled to that. So we're going to be remiss if to respond to your last question about youth empowerment and women's empowerment if we don't talk about jobs and leaderships. We saw examples of wonderful leaders, including Her Excellency, the president of the country that's hosting us, but there are too few women in the sector. And as jobs are being created in the clean energy transition, this could go to youth and women. But also very much from our experience, it's not so much on the supply side. Yes, we need to promote STEM education, but it's on when they get into these positions that the environment needs to be made safe for them to excel. So we're talking about anti-harassment policies, we're talking about equal opportunity policies. These are things that we really need to encourage in our sector. And now about civil society, I want to first, and I think we're all going to do that, we are going to underscore and acknowledge the engagement that we have on the 20th of January with Mission with the Mission 300 initiative, where a statement was already made. So all our points were captured there. And just to underscore that, it was about inclusive multi-stakeholder processes and providing real leadership linked to that. It was about openness and trust in the relationships that we have. And part of that was really sharing timely information that we need. It was about funding our NGOs, particularly youth and women's organizations, but also community-based, to meaningfully engage in these, they do also need to have part of the funding, part of the billions that have been allocated should also go to civil society organizations. And the fourth is actually a shout out to us CSOs and to CSOs like myself, the more established, more international, that we need to give way to our local African CSOs to lead the way. Let us come in and support them so that we together can have a collective voice, rather than engaging in these initiatives one-on-one. We need to have a collective voice and really be, that will strengthen our position.
Can we end there?
Okay. So
all right. Sheila and Adiza, please, a warm round of applause for them. Been excellent.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and there you have it, the voice of civil society, loud and clear in the room. Thank you very much for your contributions, and to our moderator and our panelists. Again, we're moving at lightning speed, ladies and gentlemen, as we move to our next short and sharp, concise conversation. Its focus is on innovative finance, and particularly wanting to also include a perspective on local currency. It's my pleasure to welcome the CEO of the British International Investment. That is, of course, Mr. Leslie Marsdorp. Thank you for being here, Leslie. And joining him on stage is Jules Ngakam, the CEO of the Africa Guarantee Fund. Welcome, Jules. And Rachel More Oshodi, the CEO of Arm Harith, in particular the Arm Harith Infrastructure Investment Limited, rather. Ladies and gentlemen, we hand over now to Leslie to lead us in this conversation. Leslie, over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like all the other sessions before this one, I believe that innovative finance is the most important subject for us over this conference, this summit. I say that because there is a search underway. We are going back to the laboratories, if you like, to find new ways, to find ways in which we can reinvigorate, retool the development finance system to deal with the modern challenges that we face today. I mean, as a starting point, as you know, dating back way back to 1944, when the development finance system was really established with the World Bank. Since then, with only $20 billion of paid-in capital, more than $1 trillion have been raised through the power of leverage through the capital markets. 20 years ago or so, in Monterrey in Mexico, the concept of innovative finance was really sort of born. It was captured in the final communique of the Finance for Development Summit. And since then, there's been considerable innovation. We've had blended finance structures. We've had green and sustainability bonds. We've had IFM, for example, create a set of instruments where we were able to raise through advanced market commitments specific bonds, which is really what led to Gavi becoming one of the most successful public-private partnerships over the last 2 decades. However, there's still a significant financing gap. So we're here to talk about that subject, and I'm joined by 2 very esteemed panelists who have very deep experience, each more than 20 years of experience in investment banking, private equity, and development finance. So we want to drill more into that concept today. I'll start with you, Rachel. Rachel is the CEO of ARM Harith Infrastructure Investments. And I want to ask you, what do you see as the remaining to investment in the energy sector? And afterwards, I'll come to what solutions do you think we can propose?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Before I delve into what the issues are, just want to specify exactly what we do at ARM Harith. So we are a private equity firm focused on investing in essential infrastructure assets across West Africa. So from access to energy to efficient transport and connectivity, we focus on projects that have the potential to deliver strong returns to investors, as well as a major impact on the communities. So what we faced over the years, of course, doing infrastructure, is that we're dealing with a very volatile environment, from regulations to our currencies, to the landscape and access to finance. The key issues, especially when dealing with long-dated assets, is that uncertainty is what has prevented really the investing at scale. So even when you are a sophisticated investor, what you are faced with is, from the investor community, in providing or looking at those investments, what they shy away from is the key point really is the volatility. We've gone through devaluations, we've gone through changing regimes, so we've sophisticated our approach in structuring around that. But even at that, what you can do is to limit the losses, but you cannot eliminate them. And so we also coming in very early. Being equity, we coming at a point at the project cycle when things are still being put in place. There's very few capital that have the patience and the risk appetite to do that. And that has also been another pain point that we haven't yet solved. Lastly, talking about the illiquid nature of that. A lot of investors, and people would mention pension funds in particular when you look at developed market, because the long-term nature of those assets should be a great match for the pension funds. However, for the risk that I've mentioned, and for the illiquid nature of the asset we invest in, because it would take you 2 to 3 years to develop a project, another 2 to 3 years to build that project before the assets start generating cash flows. So it's a long time for pension funds not to receive any distribution, and that also has been one of the challenges that we face. Lastly, and I'll stop there, the currency, as I mentioned. One way to mitigate it is, of course, to have the local currency being able to match that of the revenues of the project. But what we face is that the market, the banking market, or at least the investor market, the financing market, generally speaking, is not deep enough to provide the long tenured that are required and the quantum that is required for those very capital-intensive projects.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I'd like now to move over to Jules Ngangam, who is the CEO of the Africa Guarantee Fund. How is the fund responding to these challenges with respect to the solutions that you believe you are offering the market?
Okay, thank you, Leslie. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so we started a point on the barriers because at AGF, the product that we are offering were designed to address those barriers. And when we talk about barriers for investment in the GRE, on the renewable, is as opposed to traditional investment, because all sort of investment, they have their own barriers. But when it comes specifically to the renewable sector, I would say the main challenge is liquidity, is this arbitrage between CapEx and OpEx. You know, investors, they will tend to go for projects that have a lower CapEx, but higher OpEx. Because what we are telling them is that upfront, they need to invest a huge amount of money, but they will get the payback over a long period of time. The next challenge is mainly on the duration. You know, the duration is the fact that the payback period is quite long, and we have a mismatch between the type of resources that the investors have, the tenor, compared to the tenor of the project. We have the collateral, which is a major one. You know, when it comes to the renewable, the investors tend to apply a high haircut to the collateral value of the equipment. You know, the way they assess the equipment, the collateral value is it kind of easy to resell those equipment in the secondary market, and it's very challenging to resell those type of equipment. And when it comes also to the issue around the maintenance, and because of that, the depreciation ratio for equipment in the renewable sector tends to be very high, so they depreciate those equipment kind of very fast. Rachel mentioned the currency challenge, the information, lack of information. So our product have been designed to address liquidity, the duration challenge, the lack of information, and our product goes mainly around guarantees. So we have loan guarantees in a portfolio basis, individual basis, depending on the size of the transaction, because we want to cover the entire value chain when it comes to the energy space, you know, from the very small SMEs to the medium one. And the loan guarantee helps to address the issue of collateral. We do provide also the bank fundraising guarantee to help those investors to provide long-term finance to the SMEs to reduce the mismatch in terms of duration. We have the equity guarantee, which is a very critical one because we have realized that they kind of rely heavily on debt finance. So we do also attract investment on the equity space, to be able to help them to have long-term financing.
Thank you very much, Jules. Now, let me come back to Rachel. Over the years, British international investment have found that the availability of local currency is a central ingredient of being successful in a number of markets on the African continent. You run a multi-currency fund. How important is the local currency offering in your view?
Thanks. It is critical. And for the second fund that we're raising is the key element, really, that we're focusing on. Why? Because for the first fund, we did take investors in local currency, but then converted it in hard currency because there were so many issues at the time that we couldn't fix. And today we are proud to say that we are able to invest local currency into local projects alongside international capital, because sometimes the two don't necessarily match, and the risk profile of the investors are also different. So that's truly the blended nature of what we've been able to do.
So you're able to bring in sort of local pension funds, local institutions into those investments?
Absolutely. Seeing eye to eye as to how the capital, because really what we do is really take the right kind of capital for the right type of projects and in the right capital structure. And that's the most efficient way to really leverage both local and international. So we've learned, and we've learned from discussing with the pension funds, and I did mention the illiquid nature, right? Even when you look at developed market, it took the pension funds a long time to get to where they are today. Today we see them owning assets, but they were first very hesitant about that until they were able to master it. And there's a lot that needs to happen at the regulatory level. And because we are not there yet, all markets within where we operate are not there yet. So what we do is that we're very selective in the type of project that we do, where we know we can minimize the impact of regulation, if not eliminate it fully by engaging bilaterally. So we've learned lessons the hard way, but what we are able to do is to really bring both the local currency, the hard currency, so how we source equipment, where we locate the project, how do we use the civil work, and why do we need to go and put dollars against it when we can do it locally? So it also encouraging to start building industries locally. So it's critical, and I think it's really a game changer, and we would not be able to do that if we didn't have concessional capital or junior equity, essentially. So what the DFIs are doing is supporting fund managers like us to really de-risk those projects, because as sophisticated as we are as fund managers and having done a lot of projects on the continent, we do not control the monetary policies. We do not control the regulation. We can, of course, influence that by bringing the private sector perspective in those discussions. And we don't also control the fact that by nature, those projects take a long time to get on stream. But to enable and attract pension funds, in spite of that, we need to have a capital that is patient and that could take the first loss. Right? So this is quite critical.
Thank you very much. Jules, I wonder if I could ask you whether you think that the moment has now arrived where guarantees have really kind of, if you like, getting the moment in the sun. I mean, as you know, Ajay Banga, one of his first initiatives was to establish a private sector lab, and one of their first recommendations was bringing together the guarantee product of the World Bank, the IFC, IDA, and it looks like there's now a clear recognition that guarantees have a significant role to play to mobilize private sector capital. Are you very confident that that moment has arrived now for guarantees to be much more central to the finance offering for development finance?
Yes, absolutely. I think the time has come to leverage more on this type of product. And I would mainly give the case of ADF, why we believe that today we are well positioned, we are best positioned to tackle the challenge when it comes to the renewable space. So I'll give you maybe 5 main reasons. The first one is on the product. We launched the Green Guarantee Facility a decade ago, and we are in a position where we have a track record on what works best. So we believe that at the product level today, we have a product that was designed to tackle the challenge facing that sector. The second reason is our coverage, our continental coverage. We've signed guarantees in 44 countries in Africa, and then we believe that by partnering with the GFI, with the donors, they can have access to all that coverage. And the third one is partnership. Partnership is very critical. We've been able to build partnership with more than 250 banks across the continent. And the third one is our rating. Our rating, we are the best rated private company in Africa with a rating of AA- issued by Fitch. And we believe that the financial institution can leverage on that, mainly when it comes to credit enhancement. We talk about the issue about currency. The main reason why those SMEs, they prefer to borrow in hard currency is the cost. It's cheaper to borrow in hard currency where they don't see the currency risk. If we can lower also the interest rate for the investment in local currency, will play a huge role. And we believe that by leveraging on our rating, the financial institution can achieve that. Yes, and the last one is the leverage. The fact that with $1 of resources, we can channel $10 of private capital to the players in the GI space.
Thank you very much. Rachel, if I could return to you, I mean, we have private sector players, institutions here in the room. What would you say are the sort of core propositions why investors should, for example, who are interested in the ARM Harith Infrastructure Fund, why should they invest? What's the core proposition that you're putting forward?
Thank you for that. So I think it's really the fact that we have boots on the ground and solving for the issues hands-on. So for every single evolution, I guess, in our industry, you need to have new products. And I'll give an example. I was mentioning that investors, particularly the local investors, and the reason why I'm insisting on the pension funds is that right now, it is probably what could bridge the gap for setting this infrastructure play that we're all talking about, because there's a lot of capital that is there that could be unlocking what we're trying to do. And so to give an example on the illiquid nature of the assets, we realized that it was a key pain point for them, more so than the returns. So we collaborated with the DFI in order to have a pocket of capital that would not necessarily be first loss, but that would provide early yield to those pension funds. It's never been done, right? So but we needed to do that to unlock that particular capital. And they welcomed that with open arms. And now we are having more capital, more local investors coming in, because now they don't have the pain point of waiting 5 to 6 years before getting the first distribution, right? So those kind of example is truly being agile, really having boots on the ground and understanding what are the issues, and having the network to bring stakeholders together to co-create solutions so we can keep moving forward while we fix the bigger issues at the macro level.
Jules, if I could ask you the same question. If you were sitting in front of potential investors, donors, institutions, what is the core proposition why they should put money into the Africa Guarantee Fund?
Yes, so the core proposition is our ability to mobilize private capital, because we believe that GFI alone, donor, they will never have enough resources to address the challenges that we face in the energy space. So we need to mobilize or channel the private capital that sits in Africa in the banking sector. And this is our core value proposition as AGF, because with our guarantee product, with our technical assistance, we have the tools, we have the capacity, the rating, the leverage to channel enough capital from the private sector where it's needed.
Thank you very much. We've unfortunately run out of time. I'll just make a couple of very brief remarks in summary. I mean, as you have heard, there's considerable momentum today in terms of finding new solutions for our institutions to become laboratories, if you like, to search for new ideas of how to finance development. We know that traditional sources of finance are too limited. Overseas development aid is too limited and constrained. So we have to go back to the drawing boards. And the only way to go back to the drawing boards is to find instruments and ways to leverage and to mobilize the institutional investor capital that sits in sovereign wealth funds, that sits in pension funds, that sits in insurance companies. But the traditional sort of methods of doing that have not succeeded, especially on the African continent, where the markets are still perceived to be too risky. And I'd like to just end off by saying 2 sentences about British international investment. We have been on the continent for many, many decades, and specifically have a unique positioning in terms of deploying equity, the riskiest part of the capital structure, making equity investments in many African countries, because we take this very long-term view and want to contribute to long-term deepening of financial markets, deepening and strengthening of the capital markets, because that's the only way really to have sustainable long-term development. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and I'll keep it back to the moderator.
Thank you very much. Un grand merci à notre modérateur.
Huge thanks to the moderator and the panelists, a very dynamic panel for all the aspects shared with such great precision. We will be continuing our series of discussions on this platform, and we were going to tackle a very significant issue, the future of the sector. We are going to be looking at the necessary transformations to build a prosperous energy future for the continent. So, ladies and gentlemen, and to moderate this session.
Thank you very much. Et donc, ce que je disais, c'est que pour moi.
So, what I was saying was that to moderate the next discussions, I have the pleasure to invite on stage Kapi Osbik, the Commercial Director of Africa Green Co. It's a pioneer organization providing solutions in Africa, and they'll be accompanied by eminent people, Alain Obise, Africa 50, an investment fund which is catalyzing growth. Then you have Tadesse, is a head of TDI. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and welcome the next panelist on stage, Alama Obise, Tadesse, and Taxi.
Alors, c'est étrange, mais j'ai l'impression.
It's strange. I have the impression that the members of the panel are not yet ready, so we will wait for them for some minutes. I have seen someone going to look for them, so I will ask you to be patient for some time. Why not discuss with your neighbor what has been said in the previous session? So we will give them some time. I think that we have the panel as well as the moderator are here. So we have already welcomed you on stage. So I will do it once more. Ladies and gentlemen, Alain Ebobisse, CEO Africa 50, Admasu Tadesse, President and CEO of TDB, and Ms. Kathy Oxby, Chief Commercial Officer of Africa Green Co. So I will ask you to give them a warm welcome. We have been waiting for them. They are here. Thank you. Please take the floor.
Thank you for staying on for this panel. Firstly, thank you to our generous host, the Republic of Tanzania, as well as, of course, to the AFDB, the World Bank, and the Rockefeller Foundation. I am honored to be joined on the panel today by Mr. Alain Abobise, the CEO of Africa 50, and Mr. Admasu Tadesse, the CEO of the Trade and Development Bank. Both of the institutions, as I'm sure you are fully aware, are very active in the African energy sector with a footprint across the continent. So thank you for joining us today to share your insights on the topic of the future of the African energy business. So I'm Kathy Oxby, the Chief Commercial Officer of Africa Green Co, which may be less familiar to some of you. We are a renewable energy trader within the Southern African Power Pool, headquartered in Zambia, and using the regional integration that we've been focusing on today as a diversifier and mitigant of risk to help attract finance into new generation capacity. So as we've heard already a lot today, around the activities going on in the sector and looking at particularly at the 5 priority pillars of Mission 300, we see strides being made under all of those pillars to some extent. Looking at the Southern African Power Pool has been operating already for 15 years or so. The East African Power Pool and the West African Power Pools are finalizing their market rules with a view to launching their own regional competitive markets shortly. On the transmission front, we have initiatives such as the Regional Transmission Infrastructure Financing Facility being promoted by SAP to improve the regional interconnection. And in parallel, a lot of regulatory change underway to facilitate more private sector investment. Now, gentlemen, we've been given a very broad topic to discuss. The sector is rife with opportunity, and there's plenty of space for innovation, and a lot already being done. We need to be bold, and we need to move fast. We need to avoid reinventing the wheel, and we need to identify the most promising initiatives to scale. What do you see as the key trends that will drive the future of the African energy business? And how are your institutions lined up to take advantage of these opportunities?
Oh, well, do I start?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kelly, and thank you to the World Bank and the African Development Bank, and of course, Tanzania for hosting this important event. In terms of key trends, I think I will start by saying that we will continue to see a huge growth in the demand for electricity on the continent as the population grows and also as we get a bigger middle class, and also because of our industrialization needs on the continent, and not to mention the AI, ICT, huge amount of demand for electricity. So we should expect a significant increase in demand. So we need to fund a number of projects across the value chain, generation, transmission, and distribution. I also see that there will be a higher penetration for renewables in the energy mix. Of course, in Africa, we want a balanced energy mix which has renewable but also gas to provide balancing power. So we see that also, and that actually has a real impact in terms of how do we organize our grid and etc. I see also a lot more investment going into distributed renewable energy because, of course, we need to make sure that this is one of the goals of this event, to have a lot more access to power across the continent. And finally, I would say that I see a lot more investment coming through in terms of transmission, power transmission across the continent, and especially from the private sector side. Us at Africa 50, we started to talk about transmission PPP in Africa for some time now, 4 years. I'm glad to see that my partner, the CEO of KETRACO, John Mativo, is here, because in Kenya, we hope to do the first transmission PPP in the trunk line, the first independent power transmission, and Masu is part of the team that is also working on doing that. So these are some of the trends that I see, but all of those trends will result of significant investment needs that for sure the public sector cannot cover. So we're likely to see a lot more private investment in the power sector, in the energy sector in Africa. And the question will be, how do you make it happen? How do you create those bankable projects that the private sector is ready to finance? How do you mitigate the risk? and we can talk about some of the solutions that we are implementing at Africa 50.
Thank you. Admasu.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. Very pleased to be here. Alain kicked off by highlighting some of the demand side factors, and he made references not just to the normal demand, but ICT. Inside there, you have data centers, all these new developments that are also competing for energy. What has been fascinating to observe is just the way technology has been maturing in the various segments. We've seen it, of course, have huge effects in the renewable sector. Of course, wind has been there for some time, but we see massive adoption of solar, very large scale, utility scale, adoption of massive projects. And we're also seeing continued advancements in areas like geothermal, even nuclear. And so it's quite impressive to see how the technology side of things is opening up opportunities and making affordable solutions much more attractive to sovereigns. So the technology side is there. Of course, these days there's a lot of new thinking around AI-enabled solutions around the efficiency problem, because we've known inefficiencies have been a big challenge in the sector. And so that is also coming into play. And then, of course, the 24/7 type renewable energies that we're seeing, the green hydro, the green hydrogen is also opening up a lot of prospects. We're seeing a number of countries move very aggressively into that. There's about 4 or 5 countries in the continent that have really identified that as a very attractive growth area for the future. So I think on the supply side, we're going to continue to see dramatic developments. It's already captivated us. We've seen what's happened. Cost is a very real factor. And I think, the supply side issue around gas is going to continue to be hotly debated. I think the base load requirements of the continent will continue to point strongly in the direction of gas, natural gas. And so there we have quite a few discoveries and resources coming online. We are in one of those countries that has those endowments. We've seen what Mozambique has gone through, Namibia as a case in point, Nigeria. And this will also dovetail into the other side of energy, which is clean cooking solutions, which was discussed this morning by the 2 MDB presidents. And so even there, we see very exciting developments where new business models linked to technology is really making alternative, clean home cooking very attractive and feasible. We have received very special purpose funding to actually help accelerate the rollout of distributed renewable energy, mini grids, off grids, and of course, new business models in the clean cooking space. And so it's not just the technology side on the supply side, it's also a very deliberate big push on funding. Why we're here, M300. But even before the M300 was announced, we had already been pushing very hard on the DRE side. And we've seen a number of small-scale SME players in the sector take advantage of both the resources, but also the opening up space. I found it quite fascinating that 20 years after the liberalization of the energy sector, this morning we were still talking about trying to get the regulation right, trying to get the policy framework right. And it's fascinating for somebody who's been around this sector for some time, that's something that we were dealing with at the turn of the millennium, right? It's not a new conversation. Reforming infrastructure, reforming energy, unbundling the sector has been, going on for decades. And I really hope that we'll be able to get that institutional innovation to actually come together well. And it's not that we don't know what it takes to get things to happen, but I think this morning President Banga talked about faith and trust. The private sector needs to get to that point of trust, right? It's not just about us saying all the things that should be said. But I think money talks. It's not just the talk. I think we've heard the big numbers being announced today, the huge amounts of development finance together with concessionary financial resources that are being made available. So that gives me confidence that the needle will begin to move.
Thank you. As they say, money's like water. right? It flows where it's easiest. And so if we want it to flow in the directions necessary to achieve the goals of Mission 300, we need to facilitate the path for it. I think you raised some very interesting points there around the demand side and the interplay with regulatory reforms. Because I think there has been a recognition for longer of the role of the private sector on the generation side. But we're starting to see more recognition that the major consumers, in many cases, are private sector, with the willingness and the appetite to pay for the fuel. And it may not be, therefore, necessary for the utility to sit in the middle. So we're seeing more countries opening up the sector to allow that private to private. Do you see that as a trend in the countries that you're operating in?
Yeah, I think we see different models that countries are implementing. I think we also see a lot more pragmatism from countries to try to find out what works. So whether you have captive power, so selling electricity directly to private customers is allowed in many countries. But what I think what we want to see a lot more really is a huge increase in the pipeline of bankable projects that could attract the pools of capitals that is sitting on the sideline looking for ways in which they could be invested and earn a return. And for us, I think there is a big effort that needs to be made in risk mitigation. Those instruments are available, but they are a bit cumbersome to use. So if we could, facilitate the use of risk mitigation to cover some of the risks that the private sector is not very comfortable to take. But I think for me, it's also a huge amount of effort has to be made in increasing the resources for project development. Project development is essentially the kind of resources that are needed to build up the pipeline of bankable projects, putting money at risk early stage to build the pipeline. And this is what we are doing at Africa 50 with a specialized project development vehicle called Africa 50 Project Development. It's a $100 million facility that is investing in early stage project development. But we are also in the process of raising a $400 million fund called ASIA, the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, that we are co-developing with the African Development Bank, the African Union Commission, Africa 50, and a number of partners, investing to build up the pipeline. And we have a number of projects. I think I see the Minister of Finance of Madagascar is here. We are helping the country on the 20 megawatt hydro project, Volobe. I see that my sister from Mozambique, Minister of Foreign Affairs, she's here. And we're looking at power transmission, PPP, at the development stage. Of course, I mentioned Kenya. So there is a lot happening, but what we need to do is speed, faster things, faster, getting things to the final financial close quickly and commercial operations quickly, and then scale. So it's nice to do things here and there. We know how to do it, that's the good news, but the not so good news is that we have to do it faster and then at scale.
Thank you. I doubt there's any disagreement in the room that we need to do things faster and bigger. I guess the question is how. And I think you raised the issue of bankability. And certainly through our experiences, I think one of my favorite phrases, bankability is in the eye of the beholder. There is no set in stone rule as to what constitutes a bankable deal. And we need to work together to find new and innovative ways to address risks and to accelerate the closing of these transactions. Through the process of establishing GreenCo, we often encountered that as we were trying to encourage people to think differently about the way risks are covered and power is procured. We often heard, the people say, oh yeah, it's a great idea, but it's never going to work. It's too ambitious, it's too big, it's too political. But we carried on, we persevered. And where we are today, I think, is a testament to those who believed. And the Rockefeller Foundation, I have to give a shout out for being our earliest supporter without whom we wouldn't be here. So I think with Mission 300, we have such a huge backing from these fantastic institutions. So for you, are there particular things that you see as being, or seem to be insurmountable obstacles at this point in time, but in 5-7 years' time, we'll just accept that they are a perfectly normal and acceptable things? What breakthroughs are needed to help achieve the Mission 300 goals? Would you like to take that one, Admasif?
I don't think I heard very well, so I'm going to start using this. I think it's got such a high ceiling here, I think it's swallowing up the sound. So I don't know if Alain heard, maybe.
Yeah, I'll take the question. I understood that because I'm closer to you, so I can. Look, you're right. There are a number of things that people are already saying it's impossible, and then you have to just be creative and persevere, and then when you get things done, people will follow. Success breeds success. But what seems like impossible at this point, which really we're trying to tackle, is those project development. Project development is hard, it's risky. People spending money early stage before you have the contract is tough. That's why many of the global investors, global power companies, they're leaving Africa because they don't want to risk as much money on the project development space. But we, at Africa 50 and others, we have to tackle project development. We have to spend money early stage to support companies that have good ideas, that want to test the feasibility. We have to do it. And this is a process that hopefully we can scale up, and we are in the process of scaling up. I also want to say local currency. Local currency is going to be, it is a game changer, okay? Because financing large pieces of infrastructure with foreign currency, it's possible, but the FX risk is too high. So we need to figure out a way to tackle local currency. I think this is something that institutions such as Africa 50 we are doing. We are doing by mobilizing African pension funds. We launched the Africa 50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. We brought together 16 African institutional investors to back our first close at $222.8 million, $0.5 million. It's small, but it's a way to start mobilizing African institutional investors alongside global investors. It's important. So these are the kind of things that seem insurmountable, but once we do it, maybe hopefully more people will come to the party.
Thank you. Excellent point on FX there.
Yeah, Kathy, just to top up on what Alain said, I think we do have some very promising wins in our sales, not just dedicated resources that are being made available, but institutional innovations that even Africa 50 itself represents. If you go back to the turn of the millennium, when we were debating these issues in the context of liberalization and PPPs, there was no Africa 50. Today, you have a dedicated institution like them that can actually get involved early stage and take those risks on a patient basis, like he said. And some of us, of course, have also realized that debt funding is important, but it's not enough. And so we have also begun taking quasi-equity positions in projects when there have been sensitivities around gearing and there being inadequate risk capital. So we've done a combination of senior debt and quasi-equity. We've also decided that we need to also expand our toolkit, in some ways learning from what Africa 50 and others have done, by having more technical assistance and grant funding to support project developers in the early stage on a patient basis. It's not like it's free money. It'll be returnable grants if the project succeeds and it becomes reimbursable, and we rechannel it to other deserving projects. And so we have a dedicated vehicle now separate from TDB itself. It's called TDF, and we've managed to attract philanthropic partners in addition to the usual suspects who give concessional and grant funding, that is official development assistance related funding. So there's quite a bit of innovation happening even within the MDB world. Mm-hmm. I think even the way this M300 initiative has been launched, I think the term was used this morning, many different hands together dealing with this complex challenge. And there's a lot of us who are actually very much engaged in this. I'm working very closely with the World Bank Group in addition to the African Development Bank and the Africa 50. And I'm not just saying this in terms of just general working together. We're talking about facilities and syndications and clubbing together, but also receiving very significant large-scale funding. I mean, 10 years ago, I couldn't tell you that I was a significant partner of the World Bank Group. Today, the World Bank Group has become a major partner of TDB, and we're working closely to help expand the rollout of new business models. As I mentioned earlier on, DRE, distributed renewable energy, but also mini grids, off grids. And we have clients here in Tanzania who've made good use of some of those facilities. This is long-term funding. We can go 15 years. This is for private sector SME lending, right? So if you go back 5 years ago, none of these facilities existed. So, I mean, there's real practical examples that we can point to that shows that, you know, these big policy pushes are getting dedicated funding. Of course, you know, in the final analysis, you need that risk appetite, right? And I think the countries do need to continue investing in creating an attractive and enabling environment. I think that was spoken about again this morning. Predictability is so important. Even though it's obvious, in reality, it's not simple, right? It's an obvious matter, but we've seen setbacks in a number of cases, and we see you know, dramatic shocks happening in some countries. And so I think we just need to keep beating those particular drums, because, you know, that's exactly the kind of thing that scares developers away, right? I've been involved in some countries where there were missing links, and you have a pay or take kind of arrangement. And so the power project that was generating the power did their part. And they're like, you were supposed to roll out the transmission line. You didn't. So it's a deemed take. And so the client had to, you know, the sovereign actually had to pay for the power, even though the power wasn't taken. But that's an example of a sovereign that took up its responsibility the right way and realized that they were going to break the project if they didn't actually pay for the power that was not taken because there was no transmission line. And so, I mean, there's a lot of dependencies as well, and I think this is something that experience points out as being something that requires good policy, good planning, good programming to ensure that big investments don't end up, you know, being exposed to missing links that become very, very costly.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And I think you were talking there with you about the environment that is needed for this bankability. And I think the private sector is generally good at taking risk if it's able to assess that risk. So you're talking to transparency and predictability and certainty. And those core fundamentals are really the foundations to enable the private sector to play the full role it can play. So we've talked about the unsurmountable but actually surmountable obstacles. There's no such thing as impossible. But we also can't foresee everything that may be around the corner. Are there things, tailwinds or headwinds, that sitting here today, if you had to predict something that we would say in a few years' time, oh, I didn't see that coming?
First of all, I am predicting things that we're working hard to make happen because that's what's going to change the game. I think what we're trying to do to change the game is two things. I think the most important really is to promote very hard and to support a lot more participation of African stakeholders, be it African developers, African investors, African companies into the African power sector, because we work, of course, we're very happy to work with global institutions, global sponsors, but this continent will be developed, the investment will be driven by African stakeholders, and we need to see a lot more of that. and we are working on that. The Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, we have a special bucket too, which is there to support African developers. We also have a bucket that is supporting others. So we need to see that. And again, we're working hard to try to make sure that what really will change the game is to make sure that you have bankable utilities, off-takers that are able really to provide an off-take without government guarantees. If you have that, huge amount of money will come in. We've seen it in other regions. We will see it in Africa. So for me, we'll see it, and I'm working hard to make it happen.
Thank you.
Well, one or two things come to mind. I spoke about the supply side, technology-driven dynamics, and some of those move much more quickly than you would have expected. I think on the policy side, there are some developments that appear to be in the making that might, liberalize some aspects of the financing for natural gas projects, because it's not been very easy for African countries to be able to raise financing to develop gas. I think Mozambique was lucky, and they're on a roll. Certainly Tanzania is finally catching up. Namibia, for geopolitical reasons, has managed to attract good attention, the same with Senegal and Mauritania. But I think there may be some dynamics in that space where all of a sudden a window opens for a little bit more access to long-term funding and private sector investment in areas like that. The one thing that I've also been observing with curiosity is a number of countries that are embarking on nuclear power development in the continent. There's quite a few countries that have actually signed up for that, and you hear bits and pieces around that. So I think the diversification of the mix will continue. I don't think it's going to always be in the same way we all expected, but I think in the final analysis, it will be a net positive. And I think, eventually the technologies will become so much more interesting on the renewable side that whether you have strong policy incentives or not, we'll still have a massive expansion of renewable energy. And I'm hoping that that will be the case. On the hydrology side of things, we see some big dams being developed in a number of countries. We hope climate change doesn't affect the hydrology too much. But yeah, that's also a very proven segment of reliable long-term baseload power. And we'll see a few more countries doing that. And but I think that's more of the same kind of development. I think it's the newer stuff that's going to be capturing our attention in a few years to come.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and absolutely. I guess the panacea is the single continental energy market, the dream of the African Union. And we see concrete steps towards that, and to maximizing the efficient use of the abundant energy resources that the continent's endowed with, but using those in the most efficient way to achieve the lowest cost energy for all. So with that, I think our time is up. Gentlemen, thank you very much for sharing your insights. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. A warm round of applause. Thank you so much to your panelists as well. And so, ladies and gentlemen, from a focus on the future of African energy business, turning inwards now to the question of clean cooking. As I invite my panelists to descend the stage, I know that my next set of speakers is standing by, ready to come and join us onto the stage. Introducing the moderator of the session, and that is Rashid Abdallah, Executive Director at the African Energy Commission, or AFREC. Rashid, let's give Rashid a round of applause. Thank you so much, Rashid, for being here. And joining Rashid is Peter Scott, the CEO of Burn Manufacturing. Peter, welcome. Thank you for being here. Martin Kimani, CEO of MGAS, please join us up on stage, gentlemen. And Dr. Richard Muyungi, Special Envoy to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I'm going to yield the floor to Mr. Abdallah to lead the panel discussion. Sir, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I think this topic of clean cooking, I keep hearing it from the morning, and this shows the importance of this topic. I heard from Adesina, I heard from Sheila, and I heard in Compact, and it is very obvious that the electricity access is take more attention in all the discussion. But people sometimes forget that, yes, we have 600 million without access to electricity, but we have 1 billion without access to the clean cooking. And I think clean cooking by number is need more attention for all of us. And just as the introduction of this discussion, in 2024, AFREC is released one publication on scaling up the clean cooking and to identify the challenge. One of the, we try to move from this 1 billion without the clean electricity, but we try to identify what this costs us as Africa. And by very conservative estimation, this poverty in clean cooking costs us like 790 billion per year. This just negative externality from gender equality, climate change, and also health. In this session, we are going to discuss some aspect of the clean cooking, and I'm very happy to have with me Dr. Richard Muyungi, a special envoy to the President of Republic of Tanzania. And also we have Mr. Peter Scott, CEO and founder of Pear Manufacturing. And also we have with me Martin Keimani, CEO of MGAS. Without further introduction, I just go directly to the question. Let me start with Mr. Peter Muyungi. We are here in the country that from the president is spearheads the clean cooking. And in just recently, Tanzania, they published their clean cooking strategy 2024 to 2034. Just as introduction, Dr. Richard, just try to tell us what's the challenge and the opportunity that you are facing in developing and implementing this strategy, and how the other African country can benefit from your experience in Tanzania.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rashid. I'll start with the context. Why we think and why Excellence decided to come up with this strategy. You need to think and understand what lack of clean cooking means to many African countries, and in particular, what that was translating into in Tanzania. So when you only have 6.9% of your population with clean cooking, this translates into about 33,000 people dying annually because of the increased use of what we call solid fuels. This translates into deforestation, which is estimated at beyond 400,000 hectares of forest annually, partially contributed for the need of charcoal and firewood. This translates into loss of time for girls, which would have been used economically, also for schooling. This translates into loss of biodiversity and land degradation. So it is because of that, Her Excellence saw that it is important to show the leadership on how we need to change the situation. And this is the reason in March last year, we are able to launch the very first national clean cooking strategy. Now, what has that done so far? And what others can learn from us? Because this is the question. One, in order to transform the systems at the national level in terms of clean cooking, the first thing, you need the highest level of political commitment. And this is what we have seen from Her Excellency, because the launch of the strategy was done by herself. And of course, therefore, this translates into actions by all ministries. So what we have learned is that, one, the highest level of political commitment is needed across the continent to be able to put in place a system which can work for others. Secondly, coordination. Before the strategy, clean cooking was not well coordinated. But now, with the strategy, clean cooking is coordinated under the Prime Minister's office, bringing together all key stakeholders, including the private sector. So this is important. So you have a system in place which is under a single strategy which coordinates all the players. Thirdly, the engagement of the private sector. And this is very important. To address clean cooking in Tanzania would certainly require the engagement of private sector in all fronts. And we have been able, through the clean cooking strategy which we have in place, to engage key players, and some of my colleagues will be speaking about that, to ensure that clean cooking has been able to embrace everyone as a national agenda. Thirdly, it's about education, research, and innovation. We need to put in place innovative systems to ensure that you can address clean cooking based on the innovations which are critical and important for the communities you are addressing. You need to address clean cooking from a better understanding of who are engaged in clean cooking and whom you intend to serve, and their level of engagement, but also their level of understanding as well as their financial levels. This is critically important. And therefore, you can come up with innovations which target the financing approaches, different financing approaches, different systems targeting different community levels, and also being able to ensure that the networks you put in place are able to reach out. And lastly, and which I want also colleagues to learn from us, is also the participation of all partners. So it's not only the private sector in Tanzania, but working with the partners. We are now working with the World Bank, with the African Development Bank, with the EU and all partners to engage in implementing our strategy. So these are the areas, because I have 3 minutes in brief, which we think our colleagues can learn in terms of what we have been able to do, and which we believe by 2034, at least 80% of Tanzanians would move from the current systems they are using to cleaner technologies and innovations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Richard. I think you highlight very important things: political engagement, coordinations, engagement of the private sector, education, financing approach, and partner. I think this very key area, and thank you for that. My next question to the Peter Scott, and I think, as I mentioned, in 2024 we launched this publication. One of the main recommendations we have that we need to develop a basket of solution and baskets of fuel so that we can have this clean cooking facilitated for member states. So as BERN, they are doing all type of technology now in clean cooking. Tell us actually what you are doing as a BERN, and also what some of the factors influencing the adoption of certain technology.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rashid. It's an enormous pleasure to be here. This is the most exciting time in the history of clean cooking. I've been doing this for 30 years, and over the last 30 years, myself and my team, we've built the world's most successful and biggest clean cooking company, and that's called BERN. And we design and manufacture all of our products here in Africa. We have about 3,500 employees. We've made over 5 million stoves. So as Rashid was saying, you know, Africa is very diverse. So we don't make just one product. So we make the world's most fuel-efficient wood stove and charcoal stove and ethanol stove and institutional stove and LPG stove that we partner with our friend here, with Martin. So we make a variety of stoves because every country is very different in Africa. So for example, Tanzania is the best market in the whole continent for electric stoves. Whereas in DRC, the grid is not yet developed. And so there we have to bring them the world's most fuel-efficient biomass stoves. So this is, it's a very exciting time. And specifically, I want to talk about our new electric stoves. So, you know, people think that electric cooking is too expensive in Africa. We're actually we've rolled out tens of thousands of units of high-tech induction stoves that feature pay-as-you-go technology, IoT monitoring. And so even around this building, we have multiple customers who have switched from, they've gone from charcoal or kerosene or wood or even LPG and are now cooking with electric. So, you know, people think that like you need the grid to roll out electric cooking, which is true. But in fact, the reality is that electric cooking is going to be what's going to allow the grid to expand. In places like Kenya, we have actually spent billions of dollars rolling out the grid, but you didn't give them the ability to utilize it. And that's what electric cooking is going to do, is going to actually help the grid grow and expand. Now, you know, interestingly, if I came here a few years ago, I would say, oh, we don't have any money. There's no money in the sector. Now there's lots of money. There's money, and it's all standing by, and it's standing by waiting for governments to approve carbon credit regulation, which will allow carbon finance to flow. So it's a very different place. Before we would say, there's no funding. It's not possible. The funding is there, and what's required is the government to execute their regulations, which will allow carbon finance to flow and carbon trading to flow. So I would love it to speak to people afterwards, if they're interested, about how we could bring a carbon finance cook stove and clean cooking project to your country. So we've rolled out this year in Nigeria, in Malawi, in Tanzania, in Ghana. It's all happening, and it's the question of which government will come to the table first to sign up with us to execute this. This last year, we've utilized about $80 million of subsidy. Next year, we'd like to do $250 million of subsidy. It literally can happen now. Please, let's talk.
Okay, thank you very much. And you said a lot, so I cannot summarize. But it is very important that Africa is different. We have different resources. We have different culture of cooking. So we need different solution. Let me go to the Martin Kimani. And I think one of the main issues on clean cooking is affordability and how the payment. And I think as you are pioneers in day as you go, really try to summarize us how it's doing, how this will help the situation, what's the challenge you are facing, what the opportunity is there.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. I think it's been very well articulated here that we have an African crisis. The crisis is very clear. There are studies that have articulated that very well. Dr. Muyungi just gave us some more statistics about it. We are losing over 900 million people, or we have 900 million people who are exposed to polluting fuels in Africa. This, in perspective, is about 70% in the continent. If that's not a crisis, I don't know what a crisis is. So we are very clear. We are losing lives, 1,400 lives every day in the continent as a result of exposure to these polluting fuels. So question remains, where is the challenge? And as it's been said here, it's a question of affordability. The reason why most of the households in Africa are preferring to use biomass like charcoal and wood is because they cannot afford upfront the money needed to get the clean cooking accessories. it takes them $50, $70 to onboard yourself as a household into clean cooking. You must agree with me that this is a huge challenge to many households in Africa, and this is why they have been condemned to daily buying charcoal, daily buying firewood, because they cannot raise that cash up front. We've talked about it, and as MGAS, what we bring to the table is how do we execute? How do we close that gap? How do we enable households to be onboarded into clean cooking? And this is how we came up with the innovation that we use today, which is the use of an IoT-enabled smart meter, which we fix into a 13-kilo cylinder together with a cook stove, install that into a household without upfront payment, but then give the household a chance to pay as they need to cook. It's what we are now calling pay as you cook. So a family with 35 cents dollar can cook 3 meals in a day. We've just mirrored the pattern that they used to have previously, but in this case, just buying dirty fuels that are harmful to their health and damaging to the environment. So with the same amount, actually lower, they can now cook, or they can now cook using LPG. This is where our pay-as-you-cook or pay-as-you-go model is coming in to fix the gap. And the advantage with this model is its scalability. We have been able to onboard in about 3 years, 500,000 households between Kenya and Tanzania. That's not a simple task, but it also shows you, to your question, the opportunities that lie when you engage this kind of financing model. 500,000 homes in Kenya, in perspective, is about 3% of the household population. And this is only within 3 years. So, and this is still together with piloting the product and putting the structures in place. So give or take, and with limited funding, we can be able to scale between 1 million and 2 million households between Kenya and Tanzania. So one of the big advantages is ability to scale and scale quickly. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I must submit to you that the crisis we are dealing with is urgent. There is no time. We need to move with speed. This model helps that scale and within a very short time. So obviously, there are challenges, because we are talking about putting in assets,